There will now be an opportunity for silent prayer or meditation. Please be seated. Honorable members, order. Honorable members, in the interest of safety for all present in the chamber, please keep your masks on and sit at your designated area. Thank you. The first item on the order paper is a motion moved in terms of section 1022 of the Constitution in the name of the Honorable V Zungula. I now recognize the Honorable Zungula to move the motion.
On a point of order, Speaker.
Point of order?
On a point of order, Speaker.
Where are you? Point of order?
On your left, Speaker.
To my left. Thank you, you're recognized.
Speaker, on Rule 89 of the Rules of Parliament, which clearly states that no member of Parliament may reflect on the merits of any case that is before the court. As you are aware, Speaker, there is ongoing litigation between ourselves as the ATM and you as the Speaker. Therefore, we cannot proceed with the motion because the matter of the voting, which is to vote by secret ballot, it is still under judicial review. Therefore, there is no way in which we can still proceed with that vote.
Order. Order. Bring on what? Bring it on what? Order. It's going to be a long afternoon, honorable members. Now, yes, Honorable Shivambo.
No, Speaker, thank you very much. I think if it's basic logic, if the person who has introduced the motion says we can't proceed with the motion because the secret ballot has not been granted, we must not force it. We need a secret ballot so that we can remove Cyril Ramaphosa in the same way we did before. We need to be presented with a secret ballot. So allow the court process to conclude in terms of what happens, because in the same way we went to court before to demand a secret ballot, we are going to have a process of getting a secret ballot that must ultimately give us an opportunity to remove the useless sitting president of the ANC.
Honorable members, order. I've noted what you've just said, and I don't allow anyone to make a point of order. You will withdraw that later. Honorable members, in order for the House to consider a member's motion, it should first order. Order, honorable member. Okay, all right. Order. Shivambu, honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable members. Order, honorable members. Honorable Shivambu. Honorable Shivambu. Honorable Shivambu. No, honorable members. Honorable Shivambu. Honorable members from the TA, will you please take your seats? Please take your seats. Such Sergeant at Arms, will you please sort out the seating arrangement? Honorable members, I thought we are honorable. Not only are we honorable, no, honorable members, you're not going to do that. I am saying we have a long session here, and all of, no, comrade, honorable members, please. No, honorable members, no. All I am requesting is mutual respect amongst ourselves. Yes, somebody had occupied a seat, and that matter could have been easily resolved by the Sergeant at Arms. I have since requested the Sergeant at Arms to sort out that problem, please. In order for the House to consider a member's motion, it should first be moved by the member concerned in view of the fact that the member has declined to move the motion. There is, in fact, nothing before the House to debate, and we will shortly proceed to the next item.
On a point of order,
In this
Speaker.
event,
Speaker.
the motion...
Speaker, on a point of order.
Honorable member,
On a point of order, Speaker.
I can't see you.
I had risen a point of order.
Okay.
I did not conclude and you did not rule. So it baffles me that now you are moving on, whereas I did not conclude. It shows that you are not fair in this entire process, and this is what I'm raising to you now, that you lack fairness in the entire process.
Honorable member, Honorable Zungula, I think you are very quick to judge the issue.
I'm not judging, Speaker. I'm saying that according to the rules, when I'm speaking, you need to let me finish, and after I finish, you rule. You did not do that.
Finish then.
So
also, I think, honorable members, I want to request the whips to look into this, or the rules committee. I think it would be proper that when a member, I know that our microphones are very short, and maybe it's very difficult. When a person says point of order, I can hardly see you actually. So I'm not meaning to disrespect you, but I do want to make an appeal to the Rules Committee that you reconsider the position of people speaking while seated. I do want to make that request. Honorable Zungula, truly, and I do want to apologize for that. I did not realize that you had not finished your speech. You may proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. So, in accordance to Rule 89, Speaker, and I don't want the House to say I decline to move the motion. It is the rules of Parliament that prohibit that this sitting continue, because the matter of a secret ballot, it is still before the courts. The court on Monday ruled that it is not urgent, that the case could be heard on Monday and a judgment could be delivered by today. However, that matter, it is still before the courts. Therefore, we cannot proceed with a motion, and the method of voting, it is still under judicial review. Secondly, we cannot withdraw a motion simply because you could not convene the programming committee and ask to postpone. The programming committee members are here now. On Monday, when we wrote to you, you could have immediately convened the programming committee and asked that it needs to hear the views of the members of the committee in order to postpone. You did not do that. The members are here now. They could also postpone the matter. So I want to make it clear to you, Speaker. Number one, we are not proceeding. Number two, we are not withdrawing up until this matter gets to be finalized by the court. Thank you.
I thank you, Honorable Zungula. Honorable members, I have no intentions of spending a lot of time on this matter. I am advised by the legal services of Parliament that in fact this matter is not sub judice. Precisely because, please, honorable members of the ANC, Honorable Zungula, this matter is not sub judice. The court actually did not say they are postponing the matter. They said clearly because you went to the court 2 days before the motion was passed. Therefore, it points to the fact that there is no urgency in the matter. When they say the matter, there is no urgency and do not rule on the matter, what it means is that the matter has fallen off the court roll. And I thought some of you
No,
do
Speaker.
understand.
No,
I'm not a
no,
legal
no,
person.
no.
Honorable member?
No.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Speaker,
We are
Honorable
not
Speaker.
in a concert. This is not a rally. It is a chamber. It is an assembly of members of parliament. And it applies to all of you. Honorable Papo, I do understand how you feel about it, but I'm saying for now, give me an opportunity to chair this session as speaker, as I have ruled. Please be patient with one another and let's stop being judgmental. Just bear with me. For now, I am trying to manage a very difficult and complex situation. And I'm referring to all of you, honorable members.
Honorable Speaker,
Madam Speaker.
Yes, honorable, where is that point? Is that a point of order?
Madam Speaker, it is, but nothing to do with the issue that's going on at hand. Just to let you know that there are members who cannot get onto the platform. So there are numerous members who aren't on the platform that are in the waiting room. So if you could please ask IT just to fix that, because we're missing members who should be participating. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, honorable member. Will be tabled.
Honorable Speaker.
Out. Point of order. Don't just honorable speaker. Point of order. Then I recognize
Point of
you.
order, Honorable Speaker.
Who is that and where is that person, honorable member?
I'm on virtual platform, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, you are granted the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I beg to differ with the legal team, because when it is said that the case doesn't deserve urgency, which means the case is on, but the urgent part of it is not necessary. So we are saying as ATM, the judgment is saying the court didn't grant the urgency part of it. It will follow the normal processes, which are not urgent, not it is taken off the roll. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mahau. Now, Honorable Zakute, followed by Honorable Janki.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, on a point of procedure. I think, Honorable Speaker, you received an advice from the Parliamentary Legal Services. So if there is anyone who do not agree with it, the person must take this matter back to the court. You have made your ruling. Thank you very much. Can we proceed with the business of this House? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Zakute. At this point, honorable members, I will allow Honorable Janki to speak, after which I will allow each party 1 minute to make a comment so that the legal matters can be looked after later. We deal with the process as it is right now, and the fact is the motion is not before the House. So, Honorable Janki.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I've already been covered comprehensively by Honorable Dlakude. The point I was rising on was on the point of procedure, because you were in the middle of your ruling. Can I be protected, Honorable Speaker? Can I be protected?
Honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable member. Honorable Kawini. Honorable Mantashe. Honorable members, I'm not going to have this right at the beginning of a motion, right at the beginning of a session. Honorable Mantwe, wait. Honorable Mkalipi, honorable members, Mantwe, Mautwe, I'm sorry, but Honorable Mautwe, will you please exercise discipline? Honorable Mente, Honorable Mente, Honorable Mantashe, honorable members, what's happening? Honorable members, what is happening? Honorable members, we have two motions before us, and I am ruling on the first motion. I don't understand. And honorable members, honestly, I will not tolerate what is happening. In terms of the rules, I will request the Sergeant at Arms, if it repeats itself, that I will give you a warning, I will call you your name, and I will allow you to recuse yourself from the session. Yes, honorable members, that is exactly what is going to happen right here in this session. Thank you. Honorable Kyanki, please finish what you were saying.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I was saying that in the middle of your ruling, you had a member interrupting you. It's not allowed. That ruling, you could not even complete your ruling, and Honorable Zungula interfered with you. It's not done. And I'm hoping that that procedure must be maintained in this House. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kyanki. No masks?
Members who are violating the agreement, they are not wearing masks in the House. And this is an enclosed area.
Okay, honorable members, will you please put on your masks? Honorable Mazoni, will you please lower your hand? Honorable members, I said earlier on, we have been advised by the legal services that this matter at this point is not a sub judice matter. Now, honorable members, if I may, as I have ruled, now recognize the different parties who are here and allow them to make a statement each. I now invite the Honorable Majodina from the ANC, Chief Whip.
Mandibulele kuwe Somlomo. Le meko yenzeka apha yoba kubekho emotion ize ibe ngudinga sithebeni ibe ngungqika nongena mntu wawo.
Order.
Yes, point of order.
A point of order.
Yes, Sisi, I recognize you. Honorable member.
Akhange ibe ngungqika-ngqikane. Inomntu wayo le nto.
That's not.
Akhange ibe ngungqika-ngqikane, but we are trying to table our position. Point of order, Chief Whip. Ayingongqika-ngqikane, khange uqalise.
You will make that point when your turn comes. It is not a point of order, Sisi, please. Switch off your mute. You continue. And you have 1 minute.
See ANC. Mayiwe le motion. Uba akukho nto isekhoti ngokokuba sifumene ingxelo. Ithi istrakwe off kwi-roll. Ayikho subjudice. Abana motion ke okwesithathu ngoku. 2020, 2021, 2022. Ayiphakami phansi kuzungula iqhele kuzungula. Uzawuzungula ke iqhele uzungula ngalifumani. Si-ANC si-ready. Sibe sithi makayibeka apha.
Uright, alizungula iqhele. Uright, alizungula iqhele. Uright.
Honorable Makhau, I'll throw you out of the system. You are doing this for the second time now, please. Honorable member from the DA, Honorable Mazoni.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, firstly, I refer to Rule 89 of our Rules of Parliament, which we all know are the matters of sub judice, which say that no member may reflect upon the merits of any matter on which a judicial decision in the court of law is pending. And then I would like to refer to a response which I gave last night to the leader of the ATM when contacted about this particular motion. And if you allow me, I will read verbatim what my response was. I said, I think you have a complete misrepresentation of Rule 89 and what the sub judice rule is. It has been completely outdated in the mini TV rulings, and only merits of the case may not be discussed. The process that happens in Parliament is a completely separate issue to your issue before the courts. May I also add that there is nothing on the court roll at present, so nothing could possibly be sub judice. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The Honorable Member from the Honorable Chief Whip of the Honorable Shabambu. Honorable Shibambu. Order! 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 Honorable members, order. Honorable members, please let's behave like adults and leaders of our parties. I plead with all of you. I really plead with all, and by the way, from both sides, and that's Babwenzinchan. I don't know why we're so excited. This is not a laughing matter, you know. Let's be disciplined and be adults and be leaders. No, honestly, this is not, we're dealing with serious matters here. We have two motions here before us. And we are likely to adjourn this session at midnight. Thank you very much, Honorable Shibambu.
No, thank you, Speaker. The issue of whether a matter is before a court of law is not subject to an opinion of the legal office of Parliament. It's a factual issue, and the people who have subjected the matter to judicial review are saying that they've put it before the court. The court said that it is not an urgent matter. It is currently on a normal roll, where they are going to challenge the decision which you took to refuse the usage of secret ballot to determine whether the incumbent president remains in office or not. So that it's a factual issue which the people who have subjected it to judicial review are saying is the case. And legitimately, the ATM is saying that we can't proceed fairly with a motion of no confidence if we're not going to be granted an opportunity to use a secret ballot, because we know as a matter of fact that once the secret ballot comes, we're going to split the ANC vote into half and then vote out your incumbent president. We did that before. We've got the capacity to do it. We did it before.
Order.
Hey, we're going to vote out your own president. We have got the experience of these things. We're not just talking about it. So give us the secret ballot and then we finish.
You are dreaming.
That is what we are working on in terms of.
You are dreaming.
It's not an opinion issue. It's a fact that the issue is before the courts. That is a judicial review. We are going to then remove.
It won't happen, Floyd. It won't happen.
Thank you,
No
Honorable
secret
Shibambu.
ballot, Floyd.
Your time is up. Honorable Singh.
It won't happen. Go to the
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, firstly, there is a clear distinction between ongoing litigation and a matter before the court. When a matter is before the court, it becomes sub judice if we have to discuss it here. But here we hear of ongoing litigation, which is not the same as before the court. But having said that, whether the matter is sub judice or not is a matter for debate and discussion between the legal advisors. What we have today before us, Honorable Speaker, is that the mover of the motion has indicated that they do not want the motion debated today. The motion has been placed on the order paper because the programming committee chose to do that because that's their responsibility. I would like to suggest that this matter be referred to the programming committee, which will sit tomorrow so that they can take the matter forward from there on whether the order should remain on the order paper or be expunged completely, because if it remains on the order paper, it also denies any other political party an opportunity from bringing a similar motion before this House. Thank you.
I thank you very much, Honorable Member Singh. Honorable Chief Whip of the IFP. Honorable Freedom Front,
Freedom Front Plus.
Dr. Mulder.
That's right. Honorable Speaker, colleagues, I believe that Rule 89 is most likely unconstitutional and outdated, that deals with sub judice. It's most likely in conflict with Section 16 of the Constitution that allows freedom of expression. We cannot have a situation where Parliament cannot function because somebody has gone off to court. It can't be like that. We have to proceed with our business. The fact of the matter is, secondly, Honourable Speaker, there was an urgent application before the court. It was struck down. Currently, there's nothing in front of the court, nothing at all. Even if sub judice still existed, it would still allow us to proceed. But sub judice is not relevant because currently there's nothing in front of the court. The proceedings this afternoon started off with the Honourable Member taking a point. The proceedings started off with the Honourable Member taking a point of order. You have entertained the point of order. I would suggest that the way forward would now be to ask the member to move his motion. If he does not move his motion, it falls off the order paper and we proceed.
I thank you, Honourable Member. The ACDP, Honourable Swart.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, the ACDP is ready to continue with the debate today, as everybody else is.
Point of order, Speaker.
Point of order having been raised.
Again, there are members in the House who are completely, flagrantly violating the issue of the mask. It's a problem because we agreed to use this venue on the basis that we wear masks every time when we are not on the platform.
Thank you very much. You've made your point, Honourable Papo. Honourable members, will you please... Honourable members, will you please wear your masks? Keep your masks on. Keep your masks on, not unless you are on the floor. Honourable Swart, you may proceed.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. As I was indicating, the ACDP is ready to continue with the debate today in terms of Section 102. It's obviously a very important mechanism for holding the President accountable, as found by the Constitutional Court. However, we do appreciate the issue surrounding the sub judice rule. And in our experience, the sub judice rule is often abused to stop Parliament from doing its very necessary oversight work. So we appreciate there may be different legal opinions. The parliamentary legal opinion has indicated that the matter is not sub judice, and obviously the ATM could hold a different view. We would tend to agree that the matter should be dealt with by the Programming Committee and that the issue of sub judice should again be referred to the Rules Committee for consideration. But we appreciate, because there's no motion before the House, that the debate cannot continue. I thank you, Speaker.
I thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Kwakwa from the UDM.
Speaker, we can't accept double standards. Now you are saying all of a sudden the matter is not sub judice. But it was sub judice when you scheduled it in the first place. And we warned you about it even last week in the Programming Committee as the UDM. We asked for this matter to be scheduled for the period after recess, to say to deal with all of these issues, but it seems like you wanted to deal with it in haste. That is why now you have this problem.
Honourable members, allow Honourable Kwakwa to express himself.
They were not even in the Programming Committee. I was one of the people who said, specifically on behalf of the UDM, that what needs to happen is that we said a decision had to be taken last week in the Programming Committee about how to deal with this motion today. And your colleagues, the Deputy Speaker, refused. He actually deferred the matter to you. He said it was not up to the Programming Committee to make that decision. It was up to your discretion. Now, all of a sudden, when you are expected to make that decision, you refer it back to the Programming Committee. It's almost like we are playing footsie under the table with ATM on this motion.
Thank you very much, Honourable Kwakwa. You may take your seat. Point of order.
Honourable Speaker, the Honourable Member is misrepresenting you. The fact is that the Speaker made her own discretion by putting the motion on the order paper and saying that it will be an open vote. That is the Speaker's discretion. Thank you.
Yes, what is her point of order? Because she's debating now, and the ANC was given an opportunity to speak. So why is she responding to her, to him?
Speaker,
You can't allow that, Speaker, because otherwise we are going to want to respond as well.
Thank you, Honorable Maut.
She's out of order and she must
Speaker.
sit down.
Honorable, that's Honorable Tlakute, that was a point of debate.
Yes. Then
May
I'll have
I
to
now
respond.
proceed to recognize the ATM? No. Before that, can we just define the rules of the game on this matter? I don't know what is happening, but what I am seeing from here, what I'm observing, is people are determined to make mockery of what we are trying to do here today. I don't think it is correct, honorable members. As a presiding officer, I am presiding on two motions which were put on the table by yourselves, political parties. I don't think it is fair that we should come here being combative and engage in the manner in which we are doing right now. It is unacceptable, honorable members, with due respect. It is unacceptable. I expect all of us to behave in a responsible manner. I have allowed that each party should take a minute to express its views on the matter. I will not accept a situation where honorable members are going to be shouting at one another from their seats. Honorable members, it is unacceptable. Honorable members, we can engage, we can express our views, we can have a dialogue without behaving in the manner in which we are behaving right now. And I want to make a plea to all of us, myself included, that it's not going to help us to be combative when we deal with this matter. All that is required is for us to take the floor and you raise the issues in a manner which will be acceptable. South Africans are watching us this afternoon, and they expect us to conduct ourselves with respect and dignity. I don't think I want to repeat what I'm saying here now at this point. I will not do it, honorable members. The manner in which we are doing it now, it's like we are with some rally, some street somewhere. We're not. We are in a chamber. We are in an assembly of members of parliament. I want to make a plea to all of us, and I'm saying myself included. Let's be patient with one another. Let's not lose our temper. The way we are doing things now, we are being very rude, actually, if I may put it crudely. We are being very rude, and we are honorable members. Sergeant at Arms, I hope when I call on you to move, you will do exactly that. That's all, that's what I'm saying now. Honorable members, I now allow ATM to express itself, followed by Good.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, there is a case number from the court which clearly shows that there is an ongoing court process on this matter. Now, the fact that on Monday the judge said it is not urgent, does that not mean it is not in the court processes for it to be decided on? The second issue is that there is conflict or disagreement between us as a party and you as a speaker on the method of voting, and that is before the courts. We can't proceed in this motion and vote, whereas the method of voting, it is still subject to judicial review. Lastly, on the question of withdrawing, we made it clear we are not going to withdraw. And we also made it clear, Speaker, to you that last week in the programming committee, I raised this issue and the Deputy Speaker said, let us leave it to you. When I wrote to you on Monday, you said it is a decision that can only be taken by the programming committee. Therefore, because in the programming committee, the Deputy Speaker said the decision is ezandleni zakho. When I speak to you, you say the decision is in the programming committee. Therefore, what we move as the ATM, this motion must be postponed pending the finalization of the court processes. Thank you.
Honorable member from Good.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, you have made a ruling that the item or the matter is not sub judice in terms of the rules. You've made a ruling that if the proposer is not prepared to table the motion, there is no motion before this House. And we agree with both of those rulings. And those who disagree have remedies themselves. They can take your decisions on review, and we propose that we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable NFP.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I think there's a misinterpretation of sub judice. Let me start off by saying this matter was struck off the roll. If it is struck off the roll, it's no longer on the roll. That's the simplest interpretation. It's no longer there. If you want to now bring it back to the court roll, you have to do that in a normal course of action. So it does not exist as a matter or an application currently. Now, based on that, Honorable Speaker, it simply means that ATM is not willing to move it today. And I suggest that you proceed further. If they're not willing to do that, their option for the ATM is only one of two: either drop it or alternatively, bring your motion once again when you want to, when you're ready, in consultation with your representatives, your legal representatives, and deal with the matter of whether it should be an open or secret ballot simultaneously. But currently, there's no matter before the court. So if there's no matter before the court, we can't be postponing something based on an outcome of something that doesn't exist. Surely we should understand that, Speaker. Thank you very much.
Honorable AIC.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, this e-week has been arranged mainly for this emotion. So I concur with the speakers to say there is no, there is nothing sub judice. Therefore, we don't have any motion in tabled in before the House. We must say there is no motion up until the ATM is willing to bring the motion back. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Chapter. Honorable Mantashe from COPE.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. We must address all matters and debates in this Parliament in line with the procedures of Parliament and laws, of course. We must look at the Honorable Speaker at this matter in line with the many presidents that were said before. What I therefore wish to say is, in line with what Honorable Singh is saying, let's take this thing back to the committee that deals with the arrangements and say to them, this is what is happening, the matter of sub judice is here, and move from there. I think we need to do that.
Thank you, Honorable Mantashe. The Honorable Member of the PAC. Not here. Honorable from the PAC. Okay, not here. Honorable Al-Jama.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, this is a shocking development. Parliament rules and not the courts in this instance. The motion is nothing but a political stunt and an attempt to destabilize the House, the Cabinet, and the country, and usurp the rights of voters. You cannot expect Al-Jama to support a motion, in this case of the ATM or even the DA. Al-Jama stands with legal services, well thought out legal advice. Al-Jama stands with the Speaker. We don't stand with the legal view of the party whose motion this is. We respect your ruling, Honorable Speaker. We must move on to the next motion. Thank you very much.
I thank you, Honorable Hendricks. Parties having made their comments, I highly appreciate that. Thank you very much, honorable members. I now rule that we are not proceeding on this matter, and the details of what we do next will be dealt with tomorrow at the programming committee. I thank you. Honorable members, will you read the second order of the day? I thank you, honorable members. I thank you, honorable members. Second item now on the order paper is a motion moved in terms of section 1021 of the Constitution in the name of the honorable leader of the opposition. I now recognize the honorable leader of the opposition to move the motion.
Madam Speaker, Honourable President, honourable members. Today from the DA speakers in this debate, you will hear a compelling case for why we cannot afford to persist with a single day more with this cabinet, and why this House must, for once, stand up and be counted. You will hear of the litany of failures of individual ministers, as well as the collective failure of the cabinet as a whole. And you will be asked to look beyond your party, recall your oath of office, and to serve the people of South Africa by voting in support of this motion. Today is about restoring the most sacred and fundamental tenet of any democracy, the principle of accountability. In almost every speech by the President, we're told that we're entering a new era of accountability. Over the past 4 years, we must have entered this era at least a dozen times. But despite it being the bedrock of a functional democratic society, this word accountability has become entirely meaningless. It gets uttered and then it is immediately forgotten, without changing a single action or behavior. The result is that no one in this government actually ever fears consequences. People have become safely ensconced in their positions and so protected by their party that they are confident that no failure or scandal will ever dislodge them. Now, one of the oldest jokes around is that the letters ANC stand for absolutely no consequences. And this would have been funny had it not been so devastatingly true. And the results of this impunity can be seen everywhere. When oil refineries, manufacturing plants like Bell Equipment and mines shut their doors and take their operations to another country, it's not because there is something inherently wrong with the people of South Africa or the quality of our commodities. It's because our government, this cabinet, has failed to make South Africa a viable place in which to operate a business and to employ people. They have failed to protect lives and property. They have failed to supply electricity and basic services, and they have failed to reform labor and the regulatory legislation. And the result is that our extreme poverty, unemployment, and inequality are now global outliers. And yet, we still persist with this, the largest, most inefficient, and one of the most corrupt cabinets in the world. Now consider this for a second. Brazil has 23 ministries. China has 21 ministries. South Korea has 18 ministries. And Europe's largest economy, Germany, has a cabinet of just 16. But here in South Africa, we have 38 ministries, each with a deputy, and in some instances, 2. And for what? For what? For the sole purpose of rewarding otherwise unemployable cadres with jobs. Not one of those ministers would last a day in the private sector, where accountability and results matter. But in the ANC's sheltered employment scheme, it's happy days forever. Just one big merry-go-round of reshuffles, and when you finally run out of carnival rides, off you go on a nice, cushy diplomatic posting. Absolutely no consequences. Even when a string of reports name your names and list your shames, absolutely no consequences. When the Zondo Commission directly implicates a minister like Mantashe in corrupt activities, You'd expect him to step down, step aside, or be suspended. But no, here he is in this ANC cabinet. Absolutely no consequences. When the report into the riots and the looting of last July finds that the executive should shoulder some of the blame, elsewhere heads would roll. But in this ANC cabinet, ministers are simply reshuffled or redeployed. Absolutely no consequences. Pay your tax before you talk about weakness. When targets in the president's performance agreement for ministers are missed by a country mile, you'd think there would be strong action, as the president pledged when he signed them in 2019. But not in this ANC cabinet. 3 years after promising us regular evaluations, nothing has happened. Absolutely no consequences. The long-awaited lifestyle audits for ministers, nothing. Action against those mentioned in the high-level panel report into state security, nothing. Repercussions for being linked to Bosasa, digital vibes and Gupta corruption, nothing. Absolutely no consequences for a single cabinet minister. But there are grave consequences for the tens of millions of South Africans who live below the poverty line or survive on a tiny social grant. The failures of this cabinet wreak havoc in their lives and in the real world, a world that these pampered ministers know absolutely nothing about. In this real world, so did I, and it wasn't a 30% like yours. In this real world, the cost of basic food items far outstrips any increase in social grants. In this real world, over 46% of working age South Africans can't find jobs. And in this real world, thousands of South African children die each year from severe acute malnutrition. It is simply unforgivable that we have children literally starving to death in South Africa while ministers are picking out luxury vehicles for themselves. The real world is very, very far away from the lavish ministerial vehicle allowances, state-sponsored housing, petrol, and the VIP security detail. But because not one of these ministers has ever been held accountable, they just carry on, wiping out jobs, destroying lives, and then living up in taxpayer money. If our sole mission is to end poverty, and that has to be our mission, we must start by firing the poverty cabinet, because we won't win the war with the same generals who got us into the mess in the first place. South Africa needs a fresh start, and that fresh start starts today with a slimmed-down, fit-for-purpose cabinet who are up to the task. It could be our clean slate. Now, we know the president doesn't have the power or the backbone to move against them. And our constitution and the rules of parliament make provision for this eventuality by giving this house the power to do so. So all that is now required is for enough of members of this house to choose to put their country ahead of their party.
Honorable Speaker.
As we head into this winter of discontent, this poverty cabinet is not going to cut it. So support this motion and let's fire this poverty cabinet. Thank you.
It's a point of order. Honorable member, what is the point of order, Letsia? Honorable Letsia?
Yes, Speaker. I wanted to ask Honorable Stainers if he wanted to take a question, but I raised my hand and he did not answer.
Unfortunately, we now proceed and I recognize the Deputy Whip of the Majority Party. Order, order, order. Honorable member, Honorable Zulu. Honorable Zulu and the leader of the opposition party, please stop it. Honorable members, will you please stop it? Honorable Zulu, please. Order, order, order. Honorable the Deputy Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. His Excellency, the Deputy President, I have a choice. Honorable members of the Executive, honorable members of this House, I greet you all. I want to begin my address with the following wise words of the former United Nations Secretary General Kofi Annan when he stated the following, and I quote, "I have been a tireless defender of democracy all my life because I am convinced it is the political system most conducive to peace, inclusive development, the rule of law, and respect for human rights, which are pillars of any healthy society." Close quote. Madam Speaker, the architecture of South Africa's democratic state is founded on principles of equality, freedom, and justice. This hard-won democracy was precisely designed to defend the rights and freedoms of the previously oppressed, who suffered great and many losses at the hands of their oppressors. Today, the struggle terrain has shifted. We, the defenders of democracy and equality, are facing a relentless onslaught from those who now challenge the right of the president to choose his own cabinet as an attempt to share the authority and prerogative of the state president to choose his own cabinet. But the African National Congress has a long history of sustained and relentless struggle, having reshaped and repositioned itself through well-adjusted strategies and tactics to not only win every battle that we have faced over the last more than 100 years of our existence, but to ultimately win the war against those who are trying, effectively challenging the legitimacy of a people's movement to govern, based on the vote and mandate of the people. As we continue to deal with the underlying motives and trickery of a defeated enemy, we contend with an enemy whose sole intention is to attack the structures and systems of our democracy. The intention is to advance a false narrative which is constructed solely for purposes of weakening the credibility of this illustrious movement. We must therefore emphasize, Honorable Speaker, that every effort that the ANC-led government has undertaken since 1994 has been centered around deconstructing the far-reaching impact of South Africa's colonial and apartheid past, which is layered with deeply ingrained structural poverty and inequality. However, our work has been consistently and aggressively met by sustained attempts to decelerate and discredit progress made. It must therefore be asserted that the architects and proponents of South Africa's poverty and inequality are waging a concerted onslaught against our leaders in an effort to keep intact old patterns of social, political, and economic power. We are facing a resistance to transformation. We are facing a resistance against transformation and progress. Albertine and Goldblatt make a poignant assertion on the concept of transformative constitutionality when they articulate that achieving transformation in South Africa will, and I quote, require a complete reconstruction of the state and society, including redistribution of power and resources along egalitarian lines. The challenge of achieving equality within this transformation project involves the eradication of systemic forms of domination and material disadvantage based on race, gender, class, and other grounds of inequality. I therefore wish to put to our nation at large, as well as this august house, that these are the attempts of a defeated foe who are painting a narrative that is crafted for purposes of defending the ill gains of South Africa's colonial and apartheid past. This terrain of struggle hence requires a conscious populace which recognizes that the agents and proponents of South Africa's oppressive past are effectively making an open application to co-govern. when they have not won an election to govern this country. We have witnessed for ourselves where they have governed. They continue to provide apartheid-based services where white privilege and white supremacy supersedes equality and transformation. Example, Khayelitsha, Guguletu, Philippi, you name them. These are the same people who want to co-govern when they didn't win the national elections. These are the same people who want to co-govern in order to continue to propagate apartheid-inspired systemic and governance interventions under our democratic socio-political order. This is in context what we are dealing with here today. We are still finding ourselves, Honorable Speaker, we are still finding ourselves transitioning from an oppressive past as we strive to create an equal society that is free of systemic oppression and the cyclical nature of poverty and equality. This transition has been fluid and has been threatened by various challenges along the way. To this end, the state president has proceeded to institute commission of inquiry precisely for the purposes of testing allegations made against our governing dispensation. The commission of inquiry attempted to answer a number of critical questions to take the country forward. This process was underpinned by a structured legal process where the administration of justice through our courts and the rule of law is recognized as an underpinning pillar which must be allowed to run its course. Honorable Speaker, it cannot be us, honorable members of this House, who run a false narrative, who mislead the people of South Africa. Angeke kwendeke ukuthi singabatsheli ebantu emaqiniso ngoba sifuna kuwina emavoti silungiselela 2024. Akekho 2024 asingabayengi bantu base South Africa. Into lendekako umbiko wenhloko yemajaji ubabe Raymond Zondo wende tincomo kuthi labo la kufanele baphenye abaphenye mabaqeda kuphenya nangabe kunebufakazi ebantu mababoshwe bavele enkantolo laba tawubese bayabekwa emacala ngalokusemthethweni babe sebayashushiswa emva kwaloko ke babe sebayagwetshwa ngiloko lekufanele kwendeke kodwa la namuhla kuthiwa asingakubuki lokho bantu ngetinsolo nje letentiwa nginoma ngabe ngibani abatholakale ke baxoshwa emsebentini bantu abatholakale baboshwa umthetho sisekelo ucacile ukuthi wonke umuntu umsulwa kude kufike leso sikhathi inkantolo yemthetho ibese imbeka licala umuntu so ngiloko lekufanele kwendeke ene ngiloko lekufanele thine simalunga eParliament lahloniphekile kufanele sifundzise sive ukuthi kwendeka lokho sibafundzise ukuthi umuntu akagwetshwa kungenabufakazi kungako lamanye amacala abese ayachithwa etinkantolo ngoba kungana bufakazi so asingendi lento yokuthi sibe ma populist bekunene. We must therefore be reminded, Honorable Speaker, that during the apartheid regime, our people were jailed for ideas and the freedom of speech was severely stifled. Many were detained without fair and just legal processes. When the apartheid system collapsed, those unjust practices collapsed with it. This hard-won democracy demands, as enshrined in the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, that the innocence of the accused must prevail until they have been proven guilty in a court of law. Therefore, the question of corruption,
Honorable Tlakute, I'm sorry, Order. There's a point which is being raised here. Honorable Papo is raising a matter of a mask. Who's not wearing a mask here? Okay, Honorable Maute, please. Number 2, Honorable Kungubele and Honorable Mantashe. We can hear your entire conversation here. So if you could just, Honorable Zulu, please. Honorable Kungubele, you know what I mean? So will you please stop the conversation or you move and sit next to him and then you have your chat. Thank you very much, honorable members. Proceed, Honorable Dlakute.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Therefore, the question of corruption is a matter of criminality which requires the law enforcement agencies to act on corruption allegations, to test their veracity and to prove through the justice system that acts of criminality have indeed taken place. Where matters are under investigation, such matters must be allowed to run their legal course and not to be preempted by motions of no confidence before a legal process has been completed. Statements of dereliction of duty have to be substantiated with evidence, and thus far, no material evidence has been attached to support such claims. Members of the executive, Honorable Speaker, have signed performance agreements with the President, and these have been made public so that the public can assess performance. The agreements have nothing to do with so-called interests or loyalties of anyone who is in the governing party. Performance of any individual member of cabinet cannot be measured subjectively by a particular party, which is what the sponsors of the motion are trying to do, without the indicators of performance being put to an objective test, measured against what has been produced. The sponsors of this motion, Honorable Speaker, under debate, themselves continue to benefit from the crimes of humanity that were perpetrated by their forefathers, who tortured, maimed, and siphoned state and economic resources at the expense of our people. The impact of these crimes against humanity were committed during the colonial and apartheid period and have created major structural challenges for our democratic social order, which must now deconstruct layer by layer the systemic conditions created decades of systemic oppression. Honorable Speaker, oversight and accountability are matters that are key to an effective and efficient political administration. Departments and state entities, as led by members of the executive, who table strategic plans and annual performance plans and quarterly reports, which are adopted by portfolio committees and scrutinized by those committees. This should be basis from which the performance of members of the executive are assessed and evaluated. There is no portfolio committee which has proposed a motion of no confidence of any of the members of the executive. Indeed, the most decisive factor for development is good governance, and our democracy provides the necessary checks and balances, independent institutions, and accountability and transparency required to achieve good governance. The cabinet has and is committed to clean governance and has provided both material and political support to their department. Despite the fact that the business of parliament has continued along various other independent institutions supporting democracy and good governance, we have witnessed a sustained manner of destructive criticism coming from, my apologies, Honorable Speaker. Destructive criticism coming from the sponsors of the motion for today's debate. This aggressive onslaught of criticism is not founded on the objective to build this country. At its best, it is aimed at opposing every effort to rebuild and transform our society. Honorable Speaker, Henry Wadsworth Longfellow states the following about the nature of impact of criticism, and I quote, a spirit of criticism, if indulged in, leads to a censoriousness of disposition that is destructive of all nobler feeling. The man who lives to find fault has a miserable mission, close quote. The detractor's mentality is not willing to find solutions, nor are willing to objectively assess facts and evidence before them. Their cause is founded purely on the objective to decelerate progress and to discredit all forms of progress made. In social reconstruction, Honorable Speaker, as stated in his legal economic nexus, W.J. Samuel said, the fundamental policy question always is whose interests are to count, and it contains inevitable distributional or structural problems. Even if one were to affirm that individual preferences count, the fundamental policy question remains whose interests or preferences are to count. The legal economic nexus is the complex social process through which answers to these questions are reworked and in which thereby the social reconstruction of reality is affected. Honorable Speaker, Samuel positions the concept of reconstruction within the economic nexus.
Your time is up.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. The ANC rejects this DA motion of no confidence to the executive with the contempt it deserves. I thank you.
I thank you, Honorable Member.
What about the corruption of ministers?
Honorable, the Chief Whip of the Opposition. Okay, Honorable Member, all right. Honorable, the Chief Whip of the Opposition.
Honourable Paput will go on straight after I'm done. Parliament, the good, the bad, and the ugly. I've had the honour of serving in this House since the year 2009. The irony is not lost on me that I stand here to say today to see so many of the people who have been found guilty beyond reasonable doubt by Judge Zondo of being unfit to hold office and who should face criminal charges. This is what is wrong with Parliament, but also with South Africa as a whole. On the rare occasion that Parliament found its teeth and managed to organise an inquiry into state capture of Eskom, we did our job and we uncovered corruption, the scale of which we could never have imagined. And what did the ANC do? Let me tell you, instead of rewarding Ms. Daphne Ranto for sterling leadership, bravery and patriotism, have a look around and notice that she was done away with. I am here to say to what many South Africans want to say and what they want to have done. I am here to say that our cabinet is made up of criminals and people who are completely unfit to govern and should not be in charge of our country.
Point of order. Honorable Member. Point of order, Honorable Member. Honorable Khatebe.
No, thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'm rising on Rule 84. The members of cabinet are members of parliament, so they cannot be declared as criminals. Yes, yes.
Thank you. Is that a point of order, Honorable Pando? Honorable Member, please.
Point of order, Speaker. There is certainly a motion for debate that is on the order paper, and we're currently debating it. There is no motion saying I am a criminal and I'm a member of the cabinet. And I would want, should that accusation be made, that substantive evidence be provided. This statement must be withdrawn, at least with respect to myself.
Thank you.
Also, Honourable Speaker, as members of Parliament, we cannot in any way impugn by any means judges of the honourable courts of this country. Judge Zondo headed a commission. He didn't find anybody guilty. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Pando. Honourable Mazoni, will you please withdraw the last part of your statement?
I withdraw. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
People are getting poorer and poorer by the day. Unemployment figures rise daily. More and more people are subjected to violence and unspeakable crimes. South Africans have had more than they can take. This is a bad government governed by bad people who coincidentally make very bad statements about Russia and the Ukraine. Parliament Parliament went up in smoke and the official opposition does nothing drastic like we do today, the whole country will go up in smoke. Protest actions are happening daily, but ministers are protected at the costs of millions and millions of rands, and that includes you, Honourable Pandor, for security. But I have no protection, and neither does any other South African. That money should be used to be building homes and schools and toilets, but you choose to have yourself looked after like you always have. I'm not afraid to say it as it is to every single one of the members of Cabinet here. I think that you are an absolute disgrace. I think that you should be stripped of your posts, and I think that you should be replaced by people who can do the job. We are run like a mafia syndicate, and not me and not a single member of the Democratic Alliance will allow this to carry on. Honourable Pandor, you know what the problem is? The jig is up. And Judge Zondo himself said, and I quote after he spoke with Thandi Modise, one of the defining features has emerged in this evidence before the Commission that in order to convert public funds for private benefit, it was necessary to populate key institutions with people. Sorry.
Honourable Mazoni, there is a point of order.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. The Speaker on the podium is addressing Minister Pandor instead of addressing you as the chairperson of the session. Yes, you must be addressed. She cannot address.
Honourable members, can someone protect me? That was a waste of time.
Members.
And that's number two, Chair. She just called the Minister of Defence by name. She's not allowed to do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Khatebe. Honourable Mazoni, you may proceed.
He's wasting time, Speaker. Let me say what Judge Zondo said again. And I quote, one of the defining features that has emerged is the evidence before the Commission that in order to convert public funds to private benefit, it was necessary to populate key institutions with people who were going to comply with orders. Shame, shame, shame on you. Our buildings may be destroyed, but we are stronger in our resolve than ever before. South Africa must and always come first. We will stop at nothing to protect this constitution and restore South Africa to the shining beacon that we were promised in 1994. The cabinet must go, and it must go now. The constitution will be protected, and we will use it as our sword and our shield. Today we vote for the future of our country, and long may our freedom and prosperity last. Shame be on the cabinet.
Honourable Mazoni.
Sleep.
Mazoni, may I address you? Honourable Mazoni, may I address you? Honourable Thandi Modise is a Minister of Defence and Military Veterans. Thank you. You may.
He was the speaker when he gave.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honourable NV Mente.
Speaker, excuse me, Speaker. Speaker, over here.
Thank you.
Speaker, we all know we are allowed to heckle, but I feel that Minister Zulu is just going a bit overboard. Please, can we deal with her? Oh, Minister, please.
Order, honourable members. Order. What is the point of raising a point of order if you are going to be heckling? What's the point? What is the point? Order. Order, honourable members. Order. Order, honourable minister. Honourable members. Order. If you raise a point of order, and you have a problem with the manner in which another honorable member is conducting himself or herself, I do not need a crowd to clap and make the kind of noise and heckling which you have just done. I am listening and I'm attending to what the honorable member is raising. And that's what I want to raise here with you. Thank you very much, honorable member. Honorable Zulu, hold on, please. Thank you. Proceed, honorable Menge.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, we must start by clarifying this and making it very clear for South Africans that the DA motion should not, in any means possible, try to portray Ramaphosa, Mr. Ramaphosa, as a person different from his own cabinet. He does not serve our people equally the same way the cabinet is not serving our people. They even exchange notes for his sona, just to show that he can be saved because he's their golden boy. Speaker, the administration of the ANC has failed the majority of the citizens of this country since 1994. The current crop of cabinet members provide a practical meaning to the term scraping at the bottom of the barrel. Take the Minister of Police and all the developments that just took place in his office and the commissioner of the police having to be removed because of the pettiness and wanting to have the administration to do things he wants his own way. The vans in each and every police station are stationary because they just don't have tires. Today, walking in the townships of this country is a nightmare for all law-abiding citizens, particularly women and children. Just between October and December 2021, over 11,000 cases of rape were reported to the police stations in this country. What is the success of those cases? 0%. Over 6,000 people were murdered. Despite this, there has been no proportionate number of arrests because the capacity of the South African Police Service to do anything has been dramatically eroded. Take Minister Fikile Mbalula. Under his leadership, we have seen our rail transport network decimated beyond recognition. Traffic departments across the country are unable to process driving licenses renewals. Gauteng is still unable to resolve its e-toll nightmare. Roads across the country are littered with potholes. The country's roads are still death traps for thousands on every single year, and taxi violence has become normal in this country. He's not alone though. We've got Mr. Jamnandas. With his golden boy at Eskom, they have destroyed it beyond its initial stage of being an Eskom which is providing energy for our people. It has become a joke which we are unable to get it to its former stage of being Eskom. Mr. Gordhan has single-handedly destroyed the South African Airways and even sold it to people who are not known by even Treasury. Treasury today does not know who's the partner who's busy buying the Eskom shares. Denel has been stripped to the bone under the nose of Mr. Jamnandas and his encouragement, motivation to make sure that this country's SOEs go down the drain. One of the worst experiences for any citizen of this country is a visit to Home Affairs, where our people are confronted with most despicable forms of incompetence, the queues, the lack of care, the time it takes to process applications should make anyone very much ashamed, but not
the Minister Motsoaledi, who has appointed himself as a crusader for anti-African sentiment in this country, who is busy saying people must stay outside the borders of this country. The same goes for public healthcare facilities, where women are still giving birth on the floors, where people queue for a Panado and having to be returned to go home. We say this very same thing to the Minister of Women, where women who have been brutalized by the system of the ANC and had their wombs removed, they have never found justice to date. We see the Gender Commission is collapsing under the Minister of Women today. Others are here chest beating about being freedom fighters, yet children, they miss schooling because they don't have a lousy sanitary pad. Speaker, women still go to the police because there's no innovation, there is no imagination, there is no interest in the cabinet. A woman will go to the police station, they have to find their own way to the shelter, they must still find their own way to go and get a court interdict until they realize that that monster I'm trying to run away from is better than this system and the way it's treating me. Let me go back home. And then tomorrow when that woman is killed by that monster, the Minister of Social Development, the Minister of Women, the Minister of Police, the Minister of Justice, all of them are going to take platform and say against the GBV, which their system does not fight it in any way possible.
Your time has expired.
Today we stand here, Ramaphosa and his cabinet, everyone, hug Freestad.
Honorable Member N. Singh. Honorable N. Singh.
Honorable Speaker, it is with deep... Can I start again?
Thank you,
Honorable Speaker, it is with deep distress that I stand upon this podium to debate the motion currently before the National Assembly. It begs what has become a perennial question. How did we get to this point? Failed statehood stares us squarely in the eyes. This government has become a political antagonist towards a very nation it swore an oath to protect for both current and future generations. Last year, we bore witness to the worst domestic violence since the end of apartheid. It was a perfect storm of insurrection, conspiracy, and socioeconomic distress. This was in no small part fueled not only by the ever-widening chasm of poverty, inequality, and unemployment to which this government seemingly has no answer, but also by the spillover effect of the ruling party's internal factional battles. Through 5 successive presidents, some appointed cabinet ministers have blundered through their respective portfolios. Notwithstanding that there have been successes, these are far outweighed by the litany of ever-compounding failures, the dire effects of which will be felt for decades to come in Africa's most industrialized country. The current president, of which there can be no doubt is a fit and proper person to hold such high office, appears hamstrung by the factions within his own ruling party. And it falls squarely upon his shoulders to take the necessary steps to steer the country back onto course. Former President Harry Truman of the United States had a sign on his desk which stated, and I quote, "The buck stops here," close quote, meaning that the president not only makes the decisions, but also accepts ultimate responsibility for those decisions. Honorable Speaker, appointing cabinet members who have no previous professional experience in portfolios can only be a recipe for disaster. Cabinet reshuffles adversely impact and erode institutional memory and negatively affect planning. Budget cycles are interrupted, with the net result being that the country does not move forward. If one looks at the inquiry into the State Capture Commission and notes the many current and ex-cabinet ministers implicated for wrongdoing, alleged wrongdoing, and even more disparagingly, the fact that some of these individuals have publicly indicated that they will take sections of the report on review. My question is, what happens in the interim? These individuals rely upon the innocent until proven guilty legal principle and get to keep their jobs and salaries until they are found guilty by a court of law, most likely only after a lengthy court process, including an appeal which could take years, decades, I might add. Honorable Speaker, Cabinet serves at the pleasure of the President. Its failure or success is the failure or the success of the President. And through you, Honorable Speaker, Mr. President, the buck has stopped. The responsibility falls upon you. If certain members of your current cabinet are failing in the execution of their duties, replace them. South Africa first, political party second. And Honorable President, we will not support this motion today because we are going to give you the benefit of the doubt. You are the leader. Take the necessary action to ensure that the people of this country benefit from your leadership and put in place cabinet members that would do justice to their respective portfolios. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Singh. Honorable C.P. Melda.
Honourable Speaker, this is a very important debate. And it does not only deal with the cabinet, it basically deals with the ANC as the government of South Africa. Yes, it does. Yes, it does, and you're part of it. I was fortunate to be here in 1994 when the ANC came to power. And who knows, I still may be here soon when the ANC loses power. The ANC reminds me of a pirate ship. A pirate ship should be small, easy to careen and repair, but with a lot of working space and a large living quarters for the usually large, crowded crew, and a big storage for plundered goods. That is what a pirate ship normally looks like. The problem with the current cabinet is it is merely an extension of the NASREC division that was formalized in 2017. You remember at that conference, the top 6 was a compromise, 3 on the one side and 3 on the other side. That's exactly what happens in cabinet as well. Cabinet's got to be a balance to accommodate all the different factions within the ruling party, the SACP, COSATU, the Women's League, military veterans, the youth, the RET faction. That is the balance that needs to be struck within cabinet. The problem is that the best of the best is not necessarily appointed, but the balance needs to be there for the ANC to remain afloat. Today, when we vote, it's obvious that some of the members of the cabinet, all of them will have a conflict of interests. They are members of the executive going to vote on their own competence or incompetence. I think that's a problem. If you look at the practical reality of what's happening in South Africa, and if you listen to the ANC, I've listened to the Honorable Tlakude, it seems that all is well and wonderful in South Africa. But everyone that looks at the reality of this country knows exactly the opposite is true. Your failure with regard to economic growth, your failure with regard to job creation. The Honorable Zulu is very vocal, always. But what did she do in terms of small business development in South Africa? That's where she failed. And that is why South Africa is in economic crisis to the detriment of all the people. Look at the collapse of infrastructure, crime, transport. The railroads are being carried away and the stations are being destroyed. But our Minister of Transport is a very happy young man thinking that everything is well. I'm not even talking about many of the other things. Honorable Tlakude said, the ANC won each and every battle. No, you didn't. The battle that really counted, you lost. And that battle was the battle for the trust of the people of South Africa. You've lost that battle. You've lost that battle. And the elections that come will prove that you've lost that battle. You know, you are very much aware of what the current opinion polls are saying about the ANC support. You know, but we know as well. You've lost the trust of the people of South Africa because what is the problem with the ANC? The problem with the ANC is that for the ANC, it's all about staying in power. That's all. That's all. That's all. You have all sworn an oath. You have all sworn an oath to uphold the Constitution and to act in the best interest of the people. That is not what has happened. The ANC is clinging to power, and you will do everything possible to retain that power. And surely we cannot draw a distinction between the ANC and the ANC's leadership and the cabinet. The members of the cabinet are surely the leadership of the ANC. The president, unfortunately, has got a huge problem. He can't appoint anybody else because if you look at the rest, there's nothing else to appoint. He's got to use what he's got. Maybe the ANC, unfortunately for you, your time to go has come.
Honorable W.M. Thring. Honorable Thring.
Honorable Speaker, on the 26th of March 2020, a 21-day lockdown was imposed on South Africans with the intention of helping to adequately prepare our healthcare facilities to flatten the curve. It is the belief of the ACDP that during the last 2 years, our constitution, the principles and values that it upholds, was violated. Cabinet ministers were given far-reaching powers, passing government gazettes and usurping the freedoms of South Africans. Simultaneously, the legislative arm of Parliament was bypassed as gazettes were introduced without debate, consent, and interrogation by members of Parliament. Worryingly, MPs were unable to execute their constitutional mandate to hold the executive to account, and Cabinet stood by. A private member's bill was tabled by a member of this House to correct this anomaly, but was shot down by the ruling party, and again, Cabinet stood by. A cabinet appears to be power drunk. After 2 years of the national state of disaster, there are attempts to continue with draconian and authoritarian legislation, only this time through the departments of COCTA, Employment and Labour, and Health draft regulations. For 2 years, we have heard cabinet members say, our decisions are informed by science. But when renowned scientists like Dr. Pierre Corey, Dr. Robert Malone, one of the pioneers of mRNA technology, Dr. Peter McCullough, Dr. Vladimir Zelensko, a doctor to presidents, raise their concerns about the COVID narratives, these scientists are threatened, deplatformed, and discredited. Locally, over 70 South African doctors have written to the Department of Health and SAPRA, raising their concerns about the handling of COVID, and have only received a cold shoulder. More recently, your own scientists, like Professor Shabir Mahdi, Glenda Gray, amongst others, called the new draft regulations an ill-conceived and misdirected attempt to present SARS-CoV-2 infections as there has been an evolution of widespread population immunity against severe COVID-19 and death in South Africa. The recent announcements made by the President on COVID, the draft regulations are nothing short of mandates by stealth, which are awakening the church, the sleeping giant of South Africa, other religious groups, as well as the vaccinated and unvaccinated, who understand that our freedoms and democracy is under threat. To quote from Hans Christian Andersen, the emperor is naked, and this cabinet is using fig leaves to cover up. Cabinet members who know the truth but who choose to remain silent are culpable. The ACDP will speak up against every violation of our constitutional rights, against every violation of the Nuremberg Code, and every scientific inconsistency wherever it is found. We support this motion of no confidence. I thank you.
Honorable General Olomisa.
Madam Speaker, on a point of order,
Order, yes.
the Chief Whip of the majority party has just said that she will vaccinate the Honourable Thring by force. I think that is objectionable, and I would ask you to consider that and make a ruling at an appropriate occasion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you,
On a point of order, Honourable Speaker.
Honourable Thring.
Honourable Speaker, I would like to know whether the threat by the House, by the Chief Whip, is actually an indication of what is going to be done to the rest of the population of South Africa.
Okay, thank you very much. Please, Honourable Member, I request Honourable Chief Whip, will you please withdraw that statement? Please withdraw, Honourable Member.
Tring. I withdraw, Honourable Speaker. I withdraw. I don't have any need to vaccinate you. I will never vaccinate you, let alone by force. No, I won't.
Take your
Just
seat.
go and vaccinate.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable General.
Baptize you by force.
Honourable General Olumisa. General, you. Oh, okay. Honourable.
He is having connectivity issues, Speaker. Let me speak to him now. Can you move to the next speaker?
Okay, thank you very much, Honourable Kwakwa. Honourable Order. Honourable T.L. Mahau.
Madam Speaker. Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker.
Okay.
The first point to make.
Wait, Honourable Mahau. Sorry, Honourable Mahau. Allow me to. Wait, Honourable Olomisa.
Madam Speaker and honourable members, it does not matter who the cabinet members or presidents are. If they come from the ANC, we are doomed as a nation. Institutionalized corruption makes a laughingstock of our constitutional principles, and it is tantamount to human rights abuse. The evidence from the Zondo Commission shows that the ANC has stolen state resources, which should have been utilized for the socio-economic development of South Africa and her people. Even the president has confirmed that the ANC and that the party abused government funds. The president's view is confirmed by the Zondo Commission that the comrades in corruption raked in millions. Even state intelligence funds were raided. We are, however, waiting for the commission to tell us how will ANC refund the stolen funds. The July mayhem of last year in KwaZulu and Gauteng that cost billions in damages and the death of 354 people is, however, most worrying of all. This was ultimate price to be paid for the ANC's infighting. In fact, Professor Sandy Africa's team identified an unequivocal failure of the country's police and intelligence services as one of the root causes, but categorically stated that cabinet must take overall responsibility. The UDM has consulted our legal advisors to establish the feasibility of bringing a class action suit against the ANC government on behalf of the victims of the July mayhem and their families. The country's security has, however, become another epidemic that we must be concerned about. Here I include lawlessness, hijackings, harass borders, and vandalism of state resources. Worst of all is when some of our security forces are caught colluding with criminals. In the same vein, Madam Speaker, soldiers, teachers, police servants, civil servants, salaries have not been increased in the last 3 years. Sithi mayibuye South Africa yethu emaseleni mayibuye siyayisupporta le motion yoba aba bantu bavule ucango kurhulumente imali imkene Guptas imali imkene Chancellor House imali yaka Eskom iphume iyelithule House to Chancellor House imali
Honorable General, your time has expired.
Support the motion.
Thank you, Honorable General.
Thank you.
Honorable Makau. Honorable Makau.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker and members of the House. The first point to make is that the fish rots from the head. It is an irrational and political virtuous process to be arguing a rotten body and say nothing about its head. How can that be? Indeed, the cabinet of Mr. Ramaphosa has failed to hold him accountable. He has been allowed to operate like a tin pot despot. We are
Okay, Honorable Makau. Honorable Makau, I'm sorry.
Whose performance agreements were signed in the cabinet that is rudderless itself. Can I continue, Speaker?
Yes, switch off your cameras so that your system can be stable. You may proceed, Honorable Makau.
Thank you very much, Speaker. We are sitting with a directionless cabinet whose performance agreements were signed in the middle of the term, meaning for the first 2 years, we had a cabinet that is rudderless. It is unfortunate that even now, this cabinet has allowed itself to be misguided. How can, on the one hand, have a Minister of Health giving the public 30 days to comment on sterile and outdated regulation and to manage SARS-CoV-2, and then midstream, as in this very morning, have the Minister of COGTA announcing regulations on the same SARS-CoV-2 that is contained as a notifiable disease in the proposed health regulation? What kind of conclusion is that? It is very clear there is no sender. It's not even a case of the sender is holding. The seat is as good as vacant. The cabinet has allowed President Ramaphosa to destroy the economy and livelihoods of many. 42% of African women are unemployed. Youth aged 15 to 24 and 25 to 34 years old recorded the highest unemployment rates of 66.5% and 43% respectively. Ramaphosa government is destroying the future of our children. A country with expanded rate of unemployment of 46.2% is a country rotten at the very top. This cabinet allowed Mr. Ramaphosa to make misguided statements, making false claims that seeks to absolve the government from its primary responsibility to create jobs. The country is on free fall. Under the misleadership of Mr. Ramaphosa, this cabinet approved spiraling debt commitments. How can 75% country debt to GDP in 2024-25 be considered a stable position? Mr. Ramaphosa and his cabinet have a lost sense of reality. They must all go. Under this weak cabinet and weak presidency, the country's debt service costs in the medium term are expected to be more than 3 billion a year. What a disaster. Yet this cabinet allows Mr. Ramaphosa to be going around the world raking in more debts. At 300 billion, our debt service costs are more than any other line item in the budget of our country. More than education, more than defense, more than social security, more than police, etc. Yet Mr. Ramaphosa is going around the world with a cap in the hand instead of fixing the economy. We are saying in any event,
your time has expired.
they are trusting the entire cabinet must go.
Your time has expired. Honorable Makau, thank you. Thank you. May I? Yes, Honorable Pando, point of order.
Speaker, the honourable member who has just spoken is misleading the House. I have travelled with the Honourable Ramaphosa. He's never had a cap in his hand. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Pando. Honorable member, I now invite Honorable Heron. Honorable Heron.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition and the Honourable Mazzoni are really upset about fancy cars and security, but they seem to have forgotten that just around the corner at 7 Wales Street, they have 10 DA members of cabinet who all have fancy cars, have security, have bodyguards, but beyond just that, they should check the Western Cape Provincial Executive Handbook. It is more permissive than the National Assembly's Cabinet Handbook. Your cabinet ministers have more permissions and more luxuries than the National Cabinet does. So your hypocrisy is quite astounding. Over 10 of them can spend as much as they like. Speaker, political parties the world over that win elections apply a very complicated set of formula to set up the governments that they lead. And the proposals of this motion are no exception. Competence and loyalty are a key factor, but there are other factors at play, such as geographic, cultural, racial, age, and gender inclusivity. Of course, we should demand that members of the executive are people of integrity, but integrity is difficult to gauge in a country plagued by so many allegations that are seldom proven in court. The point is that it's rare that members of governing executives are universally perceived as unimpeachable characters and with exceptional gifts. It's a fantasy that cabinets can be formed on the basis that the nation's best doctor becomes the Minister of Health and the most qualified economist becomes the Minister of Finance. Why is Usain Bolt not the Minister of Sport in Jamaica? What made Albert Fritz, who ran a Sex for Jobs scheme for 12 years, fit for purpose to serve? You fired him after 12 years. Fit for purpose to serve as a cabinet minister when you knew for 12 years what was going on. The real issue, Madam Speaker, standing between us and integrity isn't the right of this president to appoint an executive. It is the extent, Speaker, it is the extent to which the criminal justice system has acted to rid the country of elected leadership who have committed corruption. Madam Speaker, may I speak? It seems like the Leader of the Opposition is very upset.
Honorable Heno.
Order, Speaker. Order.
Honorable, yes, please.
May I continue, Madam Speaker?
Order. There's an order, sir. Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, please. Yes, Honorable Kyangi, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, it is allowed to heckle and interject, but the Honorable Leader of the Opposition is drowning the Speaker. He's having a running commentary whilst the Speaker is on the podium, and it's not done. He knows it.
Thank you very much, Honorable Richard. Honorable Member, Honorable Chief Whip of the Majority. Honorable Chief Whip of the Majority Party, together with the Leader of the Opposition, you are both drowning, Honorable Heron. Please. Honorable Heron, you may proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. The opposition, the Leader of the Opposition really doesn't like to hear that his own executive members are enjoying exactly the same luxuries and exactly the same services that the National Cabinet is, and including your mayoral committee members in Tshwane who are driving in luxury vehicles. So really, take the log out of your own eye. Speaker, the failures to prosecute have directly contributed to a crisis of impunity that bedevils all levels and sectors of society.
Honorable Heron, your time is up.
Can it be up?
Ach, shame, bootlicker.
I now call Honorable Imam Sheikh.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. What we learn here today is that people who live in glass houses shouldn't throw stones. Now, Honorable Speaker, it would be disingenuous of me to stand here today and support a vote of no confidence in the entire cabinet. Now, let me start off by saying, I would agree that not every department is performing optimally in the way we'd want it. We must agree on that. We must agree there are a lot of weaknesses. There are lots of problems in the country. Yes, we must agree. But those weaknesses and problems exist all over South Africa. Whichever political party, wherever you govern, those weaknesses and those problems and those looting and the corruption is rife. Let us admit that. If we have the interest of the people at heart in this country, we should not be coming here and attacking each other, but rather embracing each other to find common ground and find solutions for the better of our South African 59 million people in this country. And that is what we should be doing. And yes, indeed, some of us do things better than maybe others do. What are we supposed to do? We should be learning from each other. Our mandate here is to represent 59 million people and create a better quality of life for them. Now, there are some of us that are attacking each other here. How many political parties or leaders in this house can stand up and convince us that they have not benefited through some unlawful or corrupt means to sustain themselves? Let me not go on the issue of the VBS Bank. You know what has happened there. That's one of them. An ideal example is the VBS Bank. And like that, I want to tell you, if you see what's happening, Honorable Speaker, at local government level, political parties are at the throat of each other, wanting to overthrow them, to take control, not to deliver services to the people, but to take control of the resources. That's what the problem is. So, what we should be doing is we should come together, and we've said this time and time again, the one thing we don't do in this country, and we are not prepared to do, is to come together and find solutions. Because as opposition, we thrive on the weaknesses of those that are in control all over. You've heard somebody condemning the DA a short while ago. Why? Because it's opposition. You don't want solutions, so you thrive on the weaknesses or the faults, rather than saying, let us work together. This is a beautiful country which belongs to all of us who live in it. So I want to say, I think I've just passed my time. The time has come, Honorable Speaker, to put our differences aside and work together for the good of this country. Honorable Steenhuisen, if you came to me and said, support this motion on certain ministers, we may have considered that. But it would be disingenuous to say, remove all ministers. Some of them are performing exceptionally well. Thank you very much.
Honorable S. Kwahube, Siviwe Kwahube.
Speaker, when history books are being written, they will tell a story of a liberation struggle movement that valiantly fought for the freedom of this country. And perhaps more devastatingly, they will tell the story of the same party which in turn oppressed its own people through joblessness, unrelenting poverty, and how they ruthlessly looted public money. Imbali iza kubhalwa ngombutho we-ANC ongazange bakhathalela abantu nangexesha likabhubhane we-COVID-19. Kuzawubaliswa ngabaphathiswa abalwela inkululeko baphinda batyisana ngemali yabantu. Kuya kuncokolwa ngombutho wothambo noSisulu owaphela isidima neentloni. Kuya kukhunjulwa nge-ANC eyayigqwesile ekwilizwe lonke ngokuzimisela ekuhlanguleni abantu ebebecinezelwe ngurhulumente we-apartheid. Kodwa abantu baza kukhumbula ba ikwanguloo mbutho owazisa intsokolo nentswela-ngqesho apha eMzantsi Afrika. That members, is the fate of this organization that once commanded the respect of the world. It is now littered with criminals, crooks, and the most unsavory of characters. It has long forgotten the people who elected it to govern and only cares about lining the pockets of the political elite. However, today presents a unique opportunity, not only for members of the opposition who share our view about this cabinet, but for members of the ANC who no longer want to be lampooned with the rotten apples of this bag. I know there are some of you who want to tell a different story, a story of courage in the face of intimidation. I know some of you want to tell a story and want to stand up and be counted on the right side of history, where you voted to rid this country of the albatross that is its cabinet. You can proudly tell your grandchildren that you voted in favor of the future of our country over your own party political interest. You have an opportunity now to tell them that you abandoned your own perks of office and financial interests and chose the 12 million South Africans who are without jobs today because of you. Many of you here have made wrong choices before. You brought this country a president and then claimed that it was the 9 wasted years. To the millions of South Africans out there who are without work, for them that was a painful decade. That was not 9 wasted years. You now have a choice to make right your wrong. You have a choice to vote for jobs, to vote for safer communities, quality education, and a health system. The drafters of this constitution created a provision for this House to express a vote of no confidence in its cabinet. They did so for moments exactly like this, a situation where members of the executive have neither the ability or the desire to represent the people who elected them. We know who they are. We know who played leading roles in state capture, on who stole money during COVID-19, and who failed to protect citizens during the July riots. These are irredeemable people whose presence in our executive can no longer be justified. And so, members, my plea to you today is very simple, is that you vote for capable ministers who will work hard to pull South Africans out of poverty, who will be unapologetic about choosing policies that will grow our economy and create jobs, and ministers who will care enough, simply care enough about the future of this country. I ask that you put your personal and political interests aside and that you choose the people over the ANC. I ask that you use your conscience to finally mark your place in history as the MP who did the right thing over political expediency.
Here's why.
Honorable member. The next speaker will be Honorable S.M. Chapter.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, it's very much unfortunate that the DA, the sponsors of this motion, is the one that is busy firing the black professionals and replacing them with males. But we are not there. Before we make our short contribution to this debate, we wish to remind members that the first certification judgment of the Constitutional Court was crystal clear that there is no constitutional dilemma that arises in members of the executive becoming members of parliament. Therefore, the voting process in this motion can never be said to be constitutionally wanting just because members of cabinet will participate in this process. If there was any overlap, the Constitutional Court said it, I quote, provide a singular important check and balance on the exercise of executive power. We also wish to commend the Speaker for scheduling this debate timeously. The Speaker followed the Masluo judgment to the latter. In that judgment, the Constitutional Court said the following, I quote, when a member of a political party within the Assembly, acting alone or in concert with other members of the Assembly, tables a motion of no confidence in terms of section 102 accordance with the rules. The motion deserves the serious and prompt attention of the responsible committee or committees of the Assembly. We also, it will also be remiss of us, Honorable Speaker, not to commend you as the Speaker for rejecting a secret ballot, a secret vote of both motions of confidence. In the UDM case, the Constitutional Court hammered on the notion of openness as follows. I quote, openness is one of our foundational values, and the Assembly internal arrangements, proceedings, and procedures must have due regard to the need to uphold the value of transparency in carrying out the business of the Assembly, close quote. We therefore commend you, Honorable Speaker, for the leadership you provided in this regard. Honorable Speaker, coming to the content of the motion against cabinet members, we wish to make it clear that we will vote in favor of the motion only against few ministers in the main, because cabinet members are also individually accountable to Parliament in terms of Section 92 of the Constitution. If take, for instance, the Honourable Minister Mantashe he has been dismissed, acting as a super minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chapter. Your time has expired.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
I now invite the Honourable Willie Matisha.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rose not once, but 4 times after the State of the Nation addresses and pleaded with the President to reduce his cabinet and deputy ministers. Those of us who are here daily don't even know some of the ministers and or deputy ministers. Again, those of us who are here may remember I indicated that it was bigger than 3 mostly supported soccer teams in South Africa. I indicated that if you bring the squads of Kaizer Chiefs, Pirates, and Sundowns, these ministers and deputy ministers, if you bring them together, they were bigger than those particular teams. I indicated that his cabinet is bigger than the richest countries of the world. I indicated that, if you remember. But are they all competent? That is a question that we must answer. Not all, of course. A few are able to do their job, but very many of them are not competent. Hence, some don't even attend portfolio committee meetings. They go on and give excuses all the time. Why? That is a question that we must respond to. I indicated the truth that what they take home as salaries at the end of every month is too much because they are too many. That money can be given to the poor. It can create jobs. It can help the illiterate and those who are ill. Some of them are also involved in corruption and nepotism, and this has been reported. This year, in 2022, it was reported to the Treasury that the money these ministers and deputy ministers used comes to about 19 million rand for cars only. And apart from that, I'm talking about, bodyguards, you talk about drivers, and yet some of these people you do not even know. But should we be really parting with all this money? It is unfortunate that some of them are involved in mismanagement and even stole COVID resources. What about the number of houses, the bodyguards, and so on? The houses, they have houses here, they have houses in Tshwane, Pretoria, and we, as the people of South Africa, must pay for all that. I still, therefore, plead once again with the President, Mr. Deputy President, to reduce this cabinet. Otherwise, we're not getting anywhere at all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Mantashe. I now invite the Honorable Member of the PAC. All right, I now invite Honorable MGE Hendricks.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we must allow the President to deal with cabinet ministers that do not make the cut and get them to rise to the occasion. I agree with the Honorable Imam Sheikh that most of our cabinet ministers are doing an excellent job. It is our duty to hold the executive to account, but this motion is not about that. Like I said earlier, it is a political stunt to usurp powers of voters. If the represented political parties in Parliament are part of a multi-party cabinet, we can fast-track the issues of our diverse constituencies. For Al-Jamaah, for example, we can better address the harm caused to the dignity of our constituency. Our marriages in mosques do not get a legal marriage certificate. 15,000 awaiting pilgrims that want to go to Mecca can't get visas to Saudi Arabia, but Saudis get visas on arrival in South Africa. And during apartheid, we got visas on arrival. 60,000 former residents and the children of District 6 waiting 20 years for restitution, and only the intervention of the Deputy President got 107 of them to move into their units before Ramadan. Transkei provided the first veterans of the liberation struggle, but are the last to get drinking water. The taps of East London and Port Elizabeth and Kariga are poisoned and people die of poisoning and thirst. Al-Jamaah will vote against this motion. There is no way we will vote for a motion sponsored by a party and those that they've captured who want to return to white rule. I agree once again with Honorable Imam Sheikh that most of our cabinet ministers do exceptionally well. I also call for a multi-party cabinet excluding two of the parties in this house, some of the voices you just heard now. Honorable Speaker, call out the name of our party, Al-Jamaah, and we will respond that we are voting against the motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Hendricks. I now call upon Honorable X Ngola.
Thank you very much, Speaker, the Deputy President, members of the Cabinet and Deputy Ministers, members of the National Assembly, fellow South Africans. Honorable Speaker, I think we must draw a significant difference between the judiciary and the Judicial Commission. It is misleading to come before the House and say that people were found guilty by Judicial Commission into state capture. All its role was to establish a prima facie case so that the state can pursue it. The commission itself had to apply to court when it had problems with its witnesses. So it is misleading. Secondly, Speaker, the fact that the ministers are disgraced, the statement itself is disgraceful. Chair, Honorable Multa comes here, points unto Minister Zulu and asks, what have you done for small business development? It is too hypocritical because the sister organization AfriForum has taken the provincial procurement policy to court. Their own sister organization. Honorable Speaker, It is common cause that Section 102, subsection 1 of the Constitution provides that if the National Assembly, by vote supported by the majority of its members, passes a motion of no confidence into cabinet excluding the president must reconstitute the cabinet. This is a very progressive provision of law that is meant to strengthen constitutional democracy. However, we must, as members of this House, always avoid using this provision of law for our selfish and narrow political ends. This provision of law must always be protected from being used as a backdoor instrument to attain power against all odds. The design and architecture of the South African democracy allows every person or organization to attain power by the will of the people. The only way to ascend to the echelons of power is through winning the confidence of the people, and therefore the people govern. The cabinet, as led by the President Ramaphosa, has been focused on the empowerment of the previously marginalized people through ensuring preferential procurement and affirmative action. At the root of the factors contributed to the July 2021 unrest are the socio-economic conditions of our people, a reflection of a historical legacy of the structure of economy and the historical legacy of apartheid. The triple challenges of unemployment, poverty, and inequality must be aggressively addressed to ensure stability in the country. The motion alleges that the contravention of oath of office by the ministers without providing any substantial evidence. It then links this to the redeployment of other ministers from other positions in the cabinet. Redeployments, which are a prerogative of the president, are based upon needs of the state at any particular point in time, and these needs are not static, but change in accordance to changing conditions that confront government. Contravention of oath of office by any member of the executive is a serious offense. Currently, there is no incidence or evidence in existence to suggest that a member of the executive contravened an oath of office. The cabinet has been at the center of improved intergovernmental relations. In particular, the district development model is a clear sign of cabinet members busy executing their mandates. So we can't cry about the direction of duty at this particular moment. This cabinet has responded efficiently to the coordinated response to the COVID-19 pandemic. But you're making noise, man. But you're making noise. You're making noise. No, you're making noise. You're making noise.
No, but honorable members, please allow the speaker. Please allow the speaker.
Thank you, Speaker. This cabinet has responded efficiently to the coordinated response to the COVID-19 pandemic and provided through the same cabinet and departments a comprehensive package of support to individuals and businesses. This happened actually at the time Mr. Steinesen and others ran for hiding and left our people vulnerable to a ravaging health crisis. Government systems have been strengthened in response to criticism, and this has been acknowledged by Parliament. Honorable Speaker, the Constitution empowers the President to appoint and disappoint members.
Honorable Ngola.
Speaker.
Please take a seat. Honorable members, please stop this running commentary as the speaker is on the floor. Will you please give respect to him? Listen to him as you would like you to be listened to. Please, you may proceed. Stop it, honorable members. It really has to come to an end. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the Constitution empowers the President to appoint and disappoint members of the Cabinet. From time to time, the President will make changes to the Cabinet guided by factors at his disposal, as well as performance assessment. Honorable Speaker, we commend you for declining a spurious and frivolous request by the Democratic Alliance to have cabinet members not participating and voting in the no confidence motion. Members of the cabinet in their majority are by law members of this parliament and therefore will partake fully in its proceedings. This which they were arguing is a voodoo doctrine of separation of powers. The motion itself suffers from a number of flaws. Among all, it is based upon cheap, divisive tactic of attempting to divide the president from his appointed cabinet. Honorable Speaker, we shall not have a selective amnesia when it comes to the expert panel report. The panel report points out that it failed to meet with all ministers in the security cluster, that it only managed to meet with the Minister of Police, Defense, and State Security. It is premature to alert in fighting amongst ministers in this regard. The panel itself concedes that it had no access to the intelligence information. The panel itself also points out that budget constraints were a cause for the public order police not have sufficient tools to swiftly avoid the riot. Myself.
Honorable members.
The report has been submitted to the president and the processing has already begun by the cabinet. Parliament must still engage on the report and this responsibility must be taken forward by Parliament. Jumping the gun before Parliament has applied its mind does not help. Speaker, the report of the expert panel in the July 2021 civil unrest does not point out what is contained in the motion and therefore the motion carries no substance. Therefore, it must be declared nothing else but a Twitter-generated gossip. We forgive Mr. Steenhuisen. We understand that his is a hopeless situation. Fellow cabinet members, we know it may not be easy, but I thank you.
You had no substance.
I thank you, Honorable Ngola. I now invite Honorable L.A. Schreiber. Honorable Schreiber.
Madam Speaker, since the ANC refuses to honestly review the performance of this poverty cabinet, allow me to conduct a quick 3-minute performance assessment for them. Let's start with Deputy President Mabuza, who's buried deeper into the Russian regime than the layers of a nesting doll. Next are Ministers Dlamini Zuma and Patel, who must once have had a terrible encounter with a chain-smoking, flip-flop wearing alcoholic chicken because they used the entire lockdown to settle this vendetta. Similarly, the only war being waged by Defense Minister Modise is against the innocent pigs on her farm. That's when she isn't busy popping champagne with the invaders of Ukraine at the Russian embassy. Coming in at number 4 is a true all-rounder of uselessness, Minister Dlodlo. She both oversaw the failure of the intelligence services to prevent last year's violent looting and granted illegal salary increases to ANC cadres. Minister Sisulu attacks our constitution in designer shoes while tourism businesses fold. While our railways collapse and potholes gobble up our roads, Transport Minister Fikile Mbalula tweets about his dream of going to the moon. South Africans would gladly pay for that trip as long as it's a one-way ticket, and luckily the minister is so full of hot air that we'd probably save a fortune on rocket fuel. Speaking of fuel, what about Energy Minister Mantashe? He's the last living member of a species of fossil fuel dinosaur previously thought extinct, and boy is he making it count. He spends his days fighting against renewable energy and taxing us to death at the petrol pump, and in his spare time he defies the Zondo Commission over Bosasa corruption. Then there's the Mad Hatter himself. Police Minister Cele spends 8 million rand to protect every ANC VIP while slashing the police budget for ordinary South Africans by 4 billion rand. And who can forget Minister Zulu, who rides around in armored vehicles shooting the pensioners and poor people she's supposed to protect with water cannons. Bad old Minister DeLille hung South Africans out to dry to the tune of 37 million rand on her washing line, and she forgot to open the sprinkler valves that could have prevented Parliament from burning to the ground. Instead of fixing our education system, Minister Bladen Zamande tries to rewrite history to classify Afrikaans as well as Khoisan languages as foreign, while Minister Motshekga is trying to carry out a coup against the powers of school governing bodies. Minister Ndabeni Abrams is somehow
somehow both employed and unemployed at the same time, as she's been completely replaced by Sipho Nkosi in the president's parallel cabinet. Minister Mtetwa was paid 2.5 million rand a year to issue condolences during the brief flashes when he's awake in Parliament. Minister Gordhan continues to flush taxpayer money down the SOE drain faster than Tom Moyane flashed Zuma's tax records. And the metaphorical hole in Minister Nkoane Mashabane's head has clearly still not healed. If this poverty cabinet had to go back to school, not one of them would even reach the 30% pass mark they set for our children. It's time to put them all out to pasture. Thank you.
Honorable Schreiber.
Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Schreiber. Honorable Member Schreiber. May I address you?
Yes, address it.
Most certainly, Madam Speaker.
May I address you?
Most certainly.
Yes. I tried to indicate to you several times that there is a point of order.
I couldn't hear because of all of the heckling, Madam Speaker. Once again.
Can you just please be decent and say you did not?
I didn't hear.
No, you did hear. You did.
Madam Speaker, they were howling.
And at the rate at which you were moving,
they were howling, Madam Speaker.
There was a point of order.
Okay, I'm willing to listen.
Honorable Zulu, what was your point of order?
Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
My point of order was relating to the honorable member casting aspersions on, you see, South Africa.
Okay, honorable member.
That was my
Now we are better.
order was that the member knows that when he has substantial information, he needs to bring it to the House and not cast aspersions. In fact, to be honest, to actually insult some members of the cabinet. That is exactly what the member did when he was standing there.
Point is noted. And okay, all right. Honorable member, I will check the record and return if it is necessary. But I actually think some of the manner in which we are conducting ourselves at times needs a reflection by the Rules Committee. I really believe we should. Honorable members, that concludes the debate. I now put the motion. Are there any objections? Are there any objections? I now put the question. Those in favor will say yeah, and those against no.
No.
Yes.
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 We winning. It's a home run.
The majority party.
Cabinet must fall.
The majority party. Cabinet
must fall.
No.
Will you please switch
Cabinet
off
must
the
rise.
virtual platform? Will
No.
you please mute? Honorable
No.
members, please mute.
No.
Members, please mute.
No.
Honourable Speaker, thank you very much. I would like to call for a division, please.
Thank you very much, honorable members. Now, a division having been proposed by the member, the bells will be rung for 10 minutes. After the bells have rung, all members will be seated here in 10 minutes, including those on the virtual platform. The honorable members, will you ring the bells?
akwazi ke wena ngefoto bufamba uphakathi ngoku bakufake phakathi.
Order. Order, honorable members. Honorable members, order. Honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable members.
Yes, madam.
Point of order.
Honorable members.
Yes, Madam Speaker.
Listen. Honorable members. Honorable members, will you please take your seats? Honorable Shabalala, please. The rules of the National Assembly provide for different procedures for members to cast votes. These include honorable members of the majority party. Honorable Papo. Yes, please. Just give me time. I've been well advised and I've prepared for what I'm going to say here. Honorable Chabalala, lower your hand. Thank you. We continue, honorable members. The rules of the National Assembly provide for different procedures for members to cast votes. These include by electronic means, by way of a whip or by voice. The rules also stipulate that the speaker must predetermine the procedure. For this division, the speaker has determined that a manual voting system will be used. In this case, there will be a roll call whereby each member will be called upon and requested to voice his or her vote. I have determined this procedure specifically for this vote, and as a result of an electronic voting system not being in operation. Honorable members, those who have been logged out will be free to log onto the virtual system. When voting commences, the doors of the chamber will be locked. And members will not be allowed to enter. On a point of order. Point of order, Madam Speaker. All those who are connected on the system, right, will still be able to connect as long as we've proven that they were on the system. Okay, so if you were on the system, remember, honorable member, sit down, please, take your seat, thank you. Remember, honorable members, that this is the first time that we are utilizing a roll call system, which is provided for in the rules. And all those who were connected to the virtual system will still continue and connect to the virtual system. Now, when voting commences, Speaker, honorable member, please allow me to finish, please. Honorable member, when voting commences, the doors to the chamber will be locked and members will not be allowed to enter the virtual platform if they were not on the virtual platform. The secretary will thereafter call each member from the membership list starting with those from the majority party in alphabetical order. Members will be called by the surname followed by their initials. When a member is called, the member must indicate whether they are for or against the question, or whether they wish to abstain. In this regard, they must indicate their vote by only indicating yes or no or abstain. The Secretariat will then record and tally the votes. In order to facilitate this process, I would appeal to honorable members to indicate their vote without delay. Furthermore, I would request members on the virtual platform to put on their video feed when they respond. In the event a member's name is called and they are present, but for whatever reason do not indicate their vote, an opportunity will be provided after the last member is called from the list for members to raise their hands, at which point they will be recognized to cast their vote. Order. The secretary will indicate whether we do have a quorum. May I recognize Honorable Shabalala?
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I'm rising on a point of order, primarily because when you started and you said the door must be closed, there were colleagues right outside the door. They even pushed the door. And I'm raising this point of order because, Speaker, according to the rules, as you read them, and the rules are saying when we commence, we have not commenced with the voting. Honorable members are outside just the door. And I feel, Speaker, they should be allowed to enter because they were at the door. And even the colleague, they was even holding the door while they were pushing it. As you said, close the door. So I really feel it will be prejudice for members of parliament who are here, who went for comfort break, that is allowed. The next thing, they're not allowed to come inside parliament while they've got the right to cast their vote. So I'm really saying, Speaker, they should be allowed to come inside. All the members who are outside, when you close the door on them, because that door was closed on them. That's really unfair. That will be prejudice. Thank you.
Honorable Shabalala, honorable members, honorable leader of the opposition, I will recognize you. Honorable members, we said we are adjourning for 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, because of the unique situation we are finding ourselves in, voting started. What happened is that I was still explaining the how part of the voting process. Because this is a new system to us. We have never used the roll call system, and that's what I was really explaining. If we were using an electronic system, like we were using, please, honorable member, please, honestly, and put on your mask. If we were in the chamber where we have an electronic system, we would have reconvened and the ushers would have shut the doors. I hope I'm understood, honorable member. Honorable member, yes? Yes?
Speaker,
Yes.
you just explained the rules to us that the doors will be locked once voting started. Our members were locked outside as they were trying to come in. Can you please, Speaker, allow them inside?
Honorable sorry, before you, Honorable Pando, there was a hand. Honorable Steenhuisen, followed by Honorable Pando. I am recognizing you, honorable members, because this is the first time we are using this system. we should not be discussing now. Thank you, Honorable Steenhuisen.
Madam Speaker, I would submit that there's no difference to this system than the one we've used in the past when it comes to the procedure when a division is called. And Rule 112 is abundantly clear that once the expiration of the time has expired, the doors are then barred. And this must be applied consistently in Parliament. In the previous Parliament, the Leader of the Opposition was locked out for one of the debates. And that is just how the cookie crumbles. You shouldn't have left the chamber for more than 10 minutes. Nobody would be required to. And I'm sorry, but we can't now bend the rules just because it suits one particular person or one party. We must be consistent. Otherwise, these rules are not worth
I thank you,
the paper
Honorable
they're on.
Member. Honorable Pando. Followed by
Speaker,
Honorable.
that is the very point. Unfortunately, the division has begun. We don't normally have debate during a division, nor can you call points of order during a division. You proceed with the division. You have made the right decision.
Points haven't been made. Honorable Mauntwe.
No, thank you very much.
Honorable Mauntwe, go to your sisina. Put on your mask and please, man, behave. Yes, Honorable Shamba.
No, thank you very much, Speaker. I don't think we should bend the rules to accommodate the ill-disciplined chief whip of the majority party who was busy taking photos here.
Order.
Taking photos here
Order,
and
Speaker.
later on strolling outside. Now she can't come in. So we can't accommodate ill-discipline.
That is not
Order, Chairperson.
Let's proceed.
Order, Speaker. Order, Speaker.
Order. Honorable Papo.
I call a point of order because Member Shivambo is casting aspersions on our chief whip.
Thank you.
Whether the chief whip is inside or outside is nothing to do with discipline.
Thank you.
It's a matter of procedure of the House. And we not allow Member Shivambo to abuse this platform to impugn on the integrity of our chief whip.
Thank you very much.
We'll not allow him to do it. He can do it maybe in the EFF meeting, not here.
Honorable members. Ntlangwini, Honorable Member Ntlangwini, Honorable Mkalipi, Honorable Mautwe. Please. Honorable Mente. Now, honorable members, the Secretary, we do order. Having confirmed that we have the requisite quorum, we will now proceed. The question before the House is that the motion which we have debated here, submitted by the Democratic Alliance, be agreed to. That is the question. Voting. The Secretary will now proceed to call members.
Abraham PN.
Abraham Nokolo, it's no for me.
Adams RC. Adams RC.
No.
Aduns NG.
No.
April HG.
Near, obsolete near.
Basopu M. Basopu M. Mapela KO.
No.
Bucas AJ. Bucas AJ.
No.
Bilankulu JH. Bilankulu JH.
No.
Honorable Vilangulu.
No to the DA motion.
Thank you.
Bilankulu NK.
No to the DA motion. Thank you.
Bongo BT. Bongo BT.
No to the DA motion.
Boroto MG.
Nwetni.
Waters A.
No.
Benz Namashe Z.
No. Thank you.
Butelezi NS.
No. No.
Kappa N. Kappa N.
No.
Kappa RN. Kappa
No.
RN. Okay. Kele BH. Big. Should I proceed? All right.
Let's proceed. Cele said no.
Chabane MS. Chabane MS.
No.
Chikunga LS.
No.
Greasy BT.
No.
Didiza AT.
Lunga elihloniphekile nginguthokozile Angela Didiza ngithi cha angivumelani nale motion.
Dikhale MC.
Dikhale Masifako Clara. No.
Direko DR.
No.
Derks MA.
No to any DA motion. No.
Jomo SM.
Aye.
Aye. Tlakude DE.
No to the DA motion.
Dlamini NE.
Cha,
No.
hayi inkosi nathiwa Dlamini avumelani.
No, of course not.
Did she say yes? Okay. Dlamini SM. Dlamini SM.
No.
Okay.
Dlamini Zuma, NC.
No. No.
Dlodlo A.
I and Dlodlo will not vote for this motion by the DA.
Sulane BN.
No.
Dundra MAL. Dundra MAL.
No.
Dundra MAL, okay. You say no. Kyanki QR.
I reject that thing, no. I reject the DA and its motion.
Frolic CT.
My vote is no.
Kanjo N.
Andivumelani nale motion inkosi.
Gela A or Gela A.
No, andivumi.
Gina N.
Angivumelani nemotion.
Gomba MM.
No, hakidumeli.
Godan PJ. Godan PJ. May I proceed? Godan PJ for the last time.
No to the DA lines.
Kumbi.
Order, Speaker. We didn't see the face of Minister Godan, please. It can be an imposter.
Honorable members, it is true, actually, it is true. May I just remind us that in terms of the rules, we did say that you will switch on your video so that we can confirm that the person who is speaking, who's voting, is a member. Thank you. Honorable PJ, will you please switch on and repeat what you said?
Let me repeat, no to the DA lines.
Thank you very much.
Gumbu Titi. Gumbu Titi.
No.
Kumete SN.
No. There's a motion.
No. All right. Gungubele M.
Unoche. Unoche. Undiandive one thing.
Hadebe BM.
Somlomo ohloniphekileyo andizi. No.
Harvard X. Harvard X.
No.
Herman's J. Herman's J.
Voting against the DA motion and the DA.
Songo AS. Songo AS.
No.
Olomisa SP. Olomisa SP.
Honorable Olomisa, you are muted.
Yeah, someone muted me. I said no.
Thank you.
Jacobs F. Jacobs F.
No to the DA motion.
Jacobs KL.
No.
James TH.
No to the DA.
Jeffrey JH.
No.
Jomat Peterson TM. All right. Kekana PS.
Ke gana nang ya basadi.
Kumalo FE.
Honorable Honorable Kekana.
No.
Will you please show your face? Honorable Kekana, will you please show your face? We heard your voice, but will you please show your face?
I'm trying to, Speaker. It's not showing.
Proceed.
Speaker. Can you see?
Kibi or Kibi, I'm sorry about that. MT, Kibi MT.
Miriam Tenjue Kibi saying no.
Honorable Kibi, will you please show your face?
This is better.
Chairperson,
Okay.
Honorable Speaker.
All right.
She's at the hospital and we agreed that we will not show the faces of the people who are sick.
Do I know who's in hospital? Do I know who is in hospital? Honorable members, thank you, Honorable Khatib. Do I know who's in hospital? Thank you very much, Honorable Khatib. Will you proceed, Secretary?
Give it and
Order, Speaker.
Thank you.
No. On a point of order.
Yes, point of order.
When you outlined the rules, there were no exceptions of. If people can't vote, they can't vote. It's as simple as that.
Actually, Honorable.
Don't give exceptions in terms of what happens,
Honorable
because a lot of excuses are going to
Aye,
be
we're
given
not
there.
Honorable Shibambo, honorable members, to be honest, the chief whip of the majority party did indicate to me that there are 7 people who will not be available, who are in hospital. However, that's the reason why I'm asking you. I was not given the list of the names of people who are in hospital. So no one can blame me for saying they should show their faces. So that is the issue, Honorable Shivambo. Thank you. We now proceed. Proceed, Honorable Mr. Kaso.
Kodwa NG.
Ukuthi nafu akavoti ngevumelana nayo uthi hayi.
Kurnoff GW.
A definite no.
Kotampeko ZA.
Member, just a point of order, just honorable member, what do you mean by he's voting with his stomach? Honorable Korenhoff responded and said no, and you are saying he's voting with his stomach. What does that mean? No, you don't do that. There's no one who votes with a stomach here. We vote with our mouths. Thank you.
I proceed from Kotampet. Did you get it? Dubai MT.
Don't go.
No.
Thank you. Kubeka NJ.
Kubega MJ said no.
Kula SM.
No, I don't support this madness, Speaker. It's a big no.
Yeah.
Lamula RO.
No.
Ramul.
No.
Lekwase TI.
No.
Lisoma RMM.
Go mina Rijana Mponseng lisomo magade bendiyikhaba nyawo zombili lento ye-DA inkosi.
Litsiye WT.
Ke a leboha speaker. A ke support-ane le manyala. Ke a leboha.
Lubengo ML.
No. Yeah, not today.
Luzipo S. Luzipo S. He is online. Luzipo. There?
Honorable Luzipo, there he is. Unmute, please, Honorable Luzipo.
Make JJ.
No.
Sorry, Deputy Speaker. On a point of order,
Yes,
Mr.
what's your point of-
Lozipo was on, but I couldn't hear what he said. He was just talking, but there was no sound.
Mabe BP.
No Zipo.
No.
Zipo, okay. Please unmute. Just unmute your mic, the Baba Luzipo. Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, yeah. Let's proceed. He said no. Yes. You can read lips. Honorable members, the member is on the platform and he said so. You saw him struggling it.
Maybe later empty.
We can come back to him later if you still insist. We'll come back to him. He'll
No. No.
Mabuza DD.
No. No, Deputy Speaker.
Mafu NN.
Mafu NN.
Mafu NN.
Ntho nngwe phetiso ya mahlo ke re a ke kwane le yona taba ya DA.
Oh, okay.
Hayi, sekela msomlomo.
Magati DP.
Makatsi,
Nyaya, ke ganana le yona taba e.
Makatla, KE.
No.
Makwanishe, G.
Makatla, Honorable Makatla, show your face. Honorable Makatla, please show your face.
There.
No. Thank you. Thank you.
Makwanishe, G.
No. Oh, we want to see you that day. Honorable members, all of you on the virtual platform, we do want to see you. Please. Show us. No. Thank you.
Mahambe Shala, T. Mahambe Shala, T.
She's one of those who are in hospital, sick, but we want to hear her voice. Honorable Mahambe Shala.
Masalela AF.
Yeah, let's proceed. We'll come back. Yeah.
Masalela AF.
No.
Mahlatsi KD.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. No.
Masaule MG.
It's a no from me, Honorable Speaker, Deputy Speaker.
Mahlo NP.
Honorable
Oh, my
member.
face.
Yeah, speak.
Awa.
All right.
Yeah. Mahlobo MG.
Well, Deputy Speaker, I'm voting a big no.
Mahuma Pilo SOR.
Hagidu Malani, Mutlatsa Musa Court. Nyaya.
Majotina PCP.
Deputy Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Member. Honorable Bahube.
Deputy Speaker, Honorable Mahlo did not come on, so I'm assuming
Honorable
that's going
who?
to be recorded.
No, she did.
Can I finish, Deputy Speaker?
She did.
Okay, I should be recorded as having voted.
Okay. Okay, let's proceed. Let's go ahead. Please order. You next time.
Majotina PCP.
Let's proceed.
Majola FZ. Majola FZ.
No.
No, we want to see your face that day. going to come back to you, sort out that thing so that we see you. No, we heard you. Please, don't. Please.
Makubela Mashele, LS.
No.
Makubele Mashele, PP.
She's just said no.
Makubele Marilele, PP.
Mina sana sabandero karingala fumiwa, my vote is a no.
Makwetla, SP. Makwetla, SP. Malachi T.
Big no.
Makwetla, SP.
No, Deputy Speaker.
But take off your mask, please, man. Take off your mask. We want to see your face. That's better, please.
Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Yes.
And the House at large, I vote against the motion on the floor. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah. Yeah.
Malimaja, CN.
No.
He said, okay. Malachi T. He said,
no. No, we want to see your face, Ndati. Please show us your face.
The camera is open.
Sorry?
No.
Yes, we want to see your face.
Malinga VT.
No.
No, we want to see your faces, please. That's a requirement.
Deputy Speaker, can we ask the title to wait until we've confirmed before they call the
No.
next?
Please show your faces. Show your faces. We don't accept your no. Show your faces.
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Malomane VP.
No.
Mama Bulo JP.
Awa agidumeli.
Manamela KB.
No. No.
Deputy Speaker,
Yes.
if I may rise on a point of order.
Yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, sir, who's calling out the vote. Sir, I've just been informed that Tabang Makwetla is not connected on the virtual platform and voted on Sizwe Mkunu's connection. And I don't think that that is allowed.
We'll verify that. It will be verified. Let's proceed. Let's proceed. Order. Jalaganisho screen. What can Sorry. Deputy, go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. The issue of voting, we don't have anything on the rules that says we can't use the same instruments if we are seated together. Thank you.
Honorable members.
He showed his face. He showed his face, yes.
Please, let's not discuss this. I said we'll verify this. From all angles, let's leave. Let's proceed. Let's not. No, we are proceeding.
Deputy
Honorable
Speaker,
Chief
will
Whip
you-
of
will
the
you give me a
opposition.
chance,
Can I proceed?
when you finished?
What are you saying?
Deputy Speaker.
We will, Honorable Chief Whip of the opposition, don't respond to Honorable Zulu. She's out of order.
Deputy Chair, even though, Deputy Speaker, even though I'm a Buddhist, I don't like it when people blaspheme in the House, but I mean, I suppose take it from whence it comes. The Speaker herself directly said that everyone must be logged on and that no one would be allowed to log on afterwards. She explicitly explained that
Honorable
to the
member,
House for the vote.
Honorable member,
So
look, Honorable
that's
member,
no
look at
good.
what you are doing now. Now you are ruling on my behalf.
No, I'm
and
not.
I'm suggesting
I'm
to you.
explaining.
No,
what
I'm not
the
going to.
Speaker said.
Honorable member,
So what's fair is fair.
Honorable members, let's proceed. This thing is noted here and so on. We will come back and finalize that. I'm not going to allow you to discuss this matter now. We are proceeding. Let's proceed.
Deputy Speaker, on a point of order.
What's your point of order, Honorable member?
Yeah. We have to speak on this issue. You can't suppress us.
I can. The rule says when a presiding officer has made a ruling, you can't debate the same issue.
This is what happens.
That's the rule. Honorable member, let's deal with these things at an appropriate time. That's all I'm saying. So you can't be going back to the same thing. I'm not going to change my mind on it.
No, but you see, this is what you do when I rise on a point of order.
Because I have to
risen on a point of order. Do you know what I'm going to say?
Honorable member, allow us to proceed.
Are you not recognizing my point of order? Deputy Speaker, on what basis are you not recognizing my point of order?
Honorable member, what are you saying?
No,
Point
I'm
of
asking,
orders
on
when
what
we are
basis
voting
are
is
you not
not allowed.
recognizing
What are
that
you
I've
saying,
risen
Honorable
on a
member?
point of order?
What are you saying?
The problem here, Deputy Speaker, is that you are creating a wrong precedent.
What are you saying, Honorable member?
No, but wait for me, I'm speaking.
Sifuna uvota, man. Sifuna uvota. Unyaka uthini wena?
Why are you showing impatience?
Honorable member, mawungafuna ukuqeda uzoqhubeka.
No, ndizawuthetha. This is the problem you create. Can I finish?
Finish.
Because I'm going to finish my point.
Finish.
No, don't talk while I'm talking.
Finish.
Honorable
member.
No, wait for the order. I will wait for you to keep quiet.
Finish your
No,
point.
no. I will wait for you to keep quiet. You are not going to treat us like kids.
No. Finish your point, Honorable member. You are delaying the meeting.
The point I'm making is that the rules were clear that everyone who's allowed to vote on the virtual platform is the person who was connected before the 10-minute period expired at the beginning of the process. How is a person who's not connected to the virtual platform allowed to vote on someone else's gadget? It's wrong.
Honorable member.
Then it means all the ANC members who are not connected on the virtual can vote using other people. What's the point of having the rules then?
Honorable member, I said in my ruling, we will verify that. Now, I don't know why you think you are not the verification I was looking for, by the way. There's a more appropriate way to verify whether Honorable Makwetla was connected or not than your voice. That's all I'm pleading with you to appreciate. Let's proceed, honorable members.
Mananiso JS. Mananiso JS.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I say no for the motion. Thank you.
Rebata Obona, show us your face.
Can now.
Thank you.
You can't run a government. You can't even resume after.
Let's
Mara already
communicate.
loko se tikhumbuza awumele a rivaleni.
Nifanele nikhunjuzwe, so that you show your faces. This is necessary. You are not doing it. Let's go. Let's proceed.
Mandela ZMD. Mandela ZMD.
Hayi andivumelani naye.
Thank you. Let's proceed.
Maneli PM.
No, Deputy Speaker.
Maneli ST.
No, Deputy Speaker.
Show us your face.
No, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you.
Manganye J.
Anipfumeli.
Mangu LN.
No, Deputy Speaker. No.
Mantashe SG.
No, no, no.
Mapisa Ngagula NN.
Andivumi, Chairperson. Andivumi.
Mapulane MP.
It's a big no from my side, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you.
Marekwa GP.
A big no, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you.
Masiko Jele JH.
Deputy Speaker, ha ke dumellane le taba eo.
Mashiko MR.
Chairman, alipiva na yon. No.
Ribata ubona ndati. Ribata ubona. Ndati mashiko. Ribata ubona.
Haina kubula.
Ibule. Let's proceed. Lukisha video how you retau beat.
Mashiko Dlamini KC.
I say no.
That's better.
Mashele TV.
Deputy Speaker, a big no.
Thank you.
Masiko FA.
It's a no for me, Deputy Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you.
Masondo D.
No.
Thank you.
No.
Masondo TS.
No.
Masuale GP.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, a big no.
Thank you.
Masuta TM.
Atitendi no.
Maswanganyi MJ.
No, Deputy Speaker.
Matafa OM.
No for me, Deputy Speaker.
Matale Sisi.
No, Deputy Speaker.
Matebula EF.
No.
Mbata SGN.
Speaker, Chanyala.
Balula FA.
And easy. Thank you. No.
Bingo Kikaba BP.
No.
Buyane SH.
Deputy Chair, I'm voting against the motion.
McDonald LE.
Deputy Speaker, el voto en contra. No.
We want to see your real face.
It's at the moment.
Okay.
Nkunu ES.
No, Speaker, no.
No. Nkunu TVP.
No.
Mdabe SW.
No, I'm getting against you.
Okay, that's enough.
Gweba T.
No, Deputy.
Mahaule MR.
No.
Let's see your face, me. Robert Laubon. All right. Regina Maule. Yeah, that's better. Thank you.
No.
Right, thank you.
Mjobo LN.
No. And easy. No.
Mkajwa NT.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Ngicela ungafaka kule nto andizi cha hayi no niye Gahana chair no.
Mkize ZL.
Mkize, no.
Mkwanazi JCN.
A big no, Deputy Speaker. Thank you.
Mlenzana Z.
Deputy Speaker, agi tumelang nali reactionary motion ya DA.
Thank you.
Mutle TN.
Nang yabanyana.
Sifisa ukubona sikhulu sami. Kawusiveze. Oh, pusendlini. Oh, okay. All right. Okay. All right. Bugala, sorry.
Muwate RM.
No, it can't.
Let's see you. Please sort out your video there. We want to see you. You're the second person now. Let's proceed.
Mudise M.
No, thank you.
Please, we want to see your face, members.
Yeah, Hannah, it host to equate. No, thank you.
Oh. Yeah.
No, thank you.
Mudise PMP.
Again, it's a no.
Mudise TR.
Deputy Speaker Kiahana.
Okay.
Muyela DL.
No for me, Chair.
Mulala LE.
No, Deputy Speaker.
Mulekwa MA.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. My vote is big no.
Muloi BE.
And easy, Honorable Chair. No. Yahana.
Muratsetla PR.
Deputy Speaker, my vote is no.
Moss LN.
No, a big no.
Murolong IK.
It's a no, Deputy Speaker.
Mutaung A.
No.
Mutaung NE.
No, Deputy Speaker.
Mutapo R. MRM.
Anna. Nago.
Muteka MS.
No.
Muteka MA.
Chair, no.
Mutwaledi PA.
I don't know. No.
Mpanza TS.
No.
Deputy Speaker.
Deputy Speaker,
Yes.
on a point of order, I just want to inquire whether you have not forgotten ME because we are already at MP.
Muruti.
You're not a member of ANC, Muruti.
Muruti.
Thank you.
You got your
Muruti
answers.
wants to join
We are coming
ANC.
to you.
No, I want to spoil and put in a yes.
No, we're coming to you. Don't worry. Just hang on there tight. We'll call you at the appropriate time. Yes. Yes. Yes, Chief Whip. Deputy.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. My apologies for disrupting this process. I just wanna check with you, Honorable Speaker, if maybe the House can allow those members who have voted to go to the loo, because it's going to be a very long process and some members are seriously pressed. Thank you.
Who have voted?
Yes.
Where? Here.
Here, yes.
Hey, that's a difficult one.
Incontinent.
Deputy Speaker,
Yes, yes.
if I may, Rule 113, it's 1122. When the doors have been barred, no member may enter or leave the chamber until the result of the division has been declared. But I do have a few empty water bottles available.
Honorable members, please let's not debate this. Please. Let's not debate this matter. The rules are as they are. Yes, Honorable Zulu.
Respectfully, Chairperson, we don't want to debate, but as a matter of fact, there are members who have health issues. They just want to go and release themselves and come back. Now, any member who can really argue over a plea for a member to go to the bathroom and come back, that's all we are asking for.
Okay, it's difficult. I'm going to consult on it. Let's wait. It's not easy. Let's proceed in the meantime.
Mpumza Gigi.
Deputy Speaker,
Yes.
on an unrelated matter.
Are you sorry?
On an unrelated matter to the bathroom issue.
No, Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Mutapo voted with Honorable Hadebe's device. Please, can that be recorded and checked accordingly? Thank you.
Oh, similarly, we'll rule on those later. We're working on them here. Please proceed.
Mpushe PT.
Cha, no for starter.
Okay.
Andizi.
Msimango SN. Msimango XN.
A point of order, Chair.
What's the point of order?
Deputy Speaker, I thought you'll rule on the order that was raised by the Deputy Chief
Yes,
Whip.
I did say that I'm going to consult and I'll come back now.
But time is an issue because some of us were pressed. We won't wait for 5 hours for you to consult.
Yes.
No, remember those rules were designed for a particular sitting, not a sitting where we'll vote for hours.
Yeah.
Chair.
Yes, we know that.
It's for the first time that we are dealing with this particular kind of a scenario. Therefore, you must make consideration of those facts.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Yes, I am. Yeah. Okay. Please proceed in the meantime.
Ntembu AH.
No, Sekela Somlo.
We want to see you, man. Please show your face.
Mthembu AH.
No, Sekela Somlomo.
Mthethwa EN.
No. Okay.
Munyayi TB.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, I don't support these frivolous motions of the DA. The answer is no.
Mutambi AF.
No, Deputy Speaker, no.
Mbana NQ.
No.
Mieni ET.
No.
Miolwa DJ.
No.
Ndaba CN.
No, Deputy Speaker, angivumi.
Dabeni Abrams ST.
Sorry, Deputy Speaker. Maybe I'm also pressed for the bathroom, but I didn't see Muyolwa Dingaan Jacob. We had Muyeni voting twice.
A point of order, Chair.
Yes.
Yeah, the point of order, Chair, is that the member is making a joke of something very serious. And her comments about maybe whatever to that, it's not right. The member must not do that, Honorable Chair. Just ask her to withdraw.
Honorable member, please, I don't think you should do that. Don't, no. We shouldn't be doing that here. Go ahead.
Dabeni Abrams ST.
Bayadangi, Manier Deputy Speaker, and near ex Delanda Beni Abrahams, can never DA mo system ni. Never.
New vote Drugen WS.
Can IT spotlight Wilma, please?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I will Mantashe Drugen vote again. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you.
Nkabane NP.
Deputy Speaker, I'm voting against.
Okay.
Nkwana Mashabane ME. Nkwana Mashabane ME. Nkomo Z. Nkomo Z.
Deputy Speaker, I am voting against. It's no.
Okay.
Nkosi BS.
No.
Nontsele M.
No, Deputy Speaker, no.
Honorable members, this is an unprecedented thing, as we were told earlier on here, that we invite all the chief whips. We want people only, and this is the difficulty of the problem. This is why I had to be slow down on it. There are people who have voted who can be asked to go and come back, but any one of us who have not, like me, can go out.
It won't happen.
So
We also want to go out, Deputy Speaker.
Only those.
We are also pressed.
Yeah.
Nature is not calling those who have voted alone.
Yes, we can't allow. Now, yes. What's the point, honorable member, honorable deputy chief whip? Yeah.
Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Yes.
Our request is that any member who's pressed or want to go to the loo can be released to go to the loo. So we are volunteering that we will stand by the door so that we don't allow people who were locked out earlier to come in, only those who were in the house. So we'll be standing there to allow members to go.
Yes, Honorable Kwangwa.
Deputy Speaker, I think from where I'm sitting, a comfort break would make much better sense, because there's a possibility that a person's name who's in the law might be called here while the process is going on, and would have to revisit the name again in future. And it's indeed a problem that it's not only those members who have voted who want a comfort break. We all do. Thank you.
Honorable members, yes, honorable member.
Deputy Speaker, as a solution to this problem, because I think it's getting a bit ridiculous that as adults we're talking about going to the toilet, and people do need to go to the toilet. Maybe a 5-minute comfort break, but we have whips at every one of the doors, making sure that no one who was locked out previously comes back in, because then we can have absolutely no further interruptions for people needing the toilet. But this is highly unusual. We must note it that it's highly unusual, and it's not setting a precedent for future voting. But it's now getting to the point where it's a little bit embarrassing for people that are about to wet themselves. Yeah, because the toilets are limited, and especially the ladies' toilets only 2 work.
Please take a seat. Thank you very much. Honorable members. We are going to have to limit honorable members. We must appreciate the difficulty we are in, and it relies on our dependability to do the right thing, so that we release people who are needing to go urgently, and there are people who are monitoring that nobody who was not in here comes in, and let's allow that, but only a few people there, and then when they come back, others can go out, so that it's controlled. It's controlled because there are limited blues. We can't go and queue there like it's an IEC voting station. Please, let's do that. Honorable members. Yeah. The guy with the bell will ring it after 5 minutes. Yeah.
Recording stopped.